Yuba-Sutter.live's local government live streams are presented by Plumas Lake Self-Storage in Plumas Lake, where lifelong local residents are helping other residents keep things safe, providing indoor storage units, outdoor RV and vehicle parking, moving supplies, and Penske truck rentals. Details at plumaslakeselfstorage.com. Yuba-Sutter.live's local government live streams are presented by Plumas Lake Self-Storage in Plumas Lake, where lifelong local residents are helping other residents keep things safe, providing indoor storage units, outdoor RV and vehicle parking, moving supplies, and Penske truck rentals. Details at plumaslakeselfstorage.com.
Age 21. 22/43, no action was taken. On the second one, for suspended expulsion contracts, EH 2122/44 was approved. Now we have comments from the board. Jeff? Frank? Doug? Ms. Stacy?
Not at this time.
Gary? Randy?
Yes, one of us need to talk. So I do have a couple of shout-outs that I'd like to do tonight. A couple of Saturdays ago, the Oliver Linda Little League had a work day at the ballpark. And 3 students from South Lyndhurst High School, Ncaa, Alejandro, and Navalak, came and volunteered most of the day painting the handrails on the bleachers. So if you happen to drive by the ballpark, the bright yellow handrails that you see are because of their hard work. So thank you for all their work that they did. The second one we have tonight is, I see in the agenda, glasses are fogging up. I see in the agenda tonight that Kathy Woods is retiring after 32 years of service in education as a teacher, as a principal, and as her current position, the Director of Child Development. I want to say thank you to Kathy for her dedication to supporting the students, families, staff, and your colleagues over the past 32 years. You have made MJUSD a better place, and you are going to be missed. Congratulations on your retirement. Thank you very much.
This week is National FFA Week. The MHS FFA chapter has worked hard to make sure that all of MHS is ready to celebrate. Along with Spirit Dress-Up Days, each day has a different activity. Students today were able to head to the barn before school and grab a donut. Our most exciting activity for this week is the car show. Students will bid on their favorite cars, and that will determine our first and second place prize winners. All proceeds will go to our FFA chapter. In honor of our FFA week, we have students from FFA who will alternate in saying the morning announcements every morning. Moving on to spring sports, track, swim, tennis, baseball, and softball season has officially begun. Congratulations to both boys and girls basketball teams for making it to the playoffs. We also had some of our students from our wrestling team represent MHS in the playoffs. Coming up in March, we are having our annual career fair. Following that will be our annual Sadie Hawkins dance. Last but not least is our March Madness, my personal favorite. Every day in March, we have a different dress-up day. Our leadership team works very hard to come up with unique ideas for March Madness. I would like to remind the board that there is always an open invite to any of our activities or our games. Closing up, I would like to just stand in the gap for those who don't have the same opportunity as everyone else. I can't speak in the position of experience for all, but I can speak in the position and place of understanding, empathy, and sympathy. The equity policy creates a reassurance that students get what they need, how they need it, and when they need it. It is very simple, and if you don't understand it, you're choosing not to understand for your own selfish reasons. You can choose to ignore the issues that the equity policy may fix, but yet claim you want equality. I will never understand, but I hope you can understand where I'm coming from. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Lyndhurst here tonight?
Unfortunately, transportation again. I apologize.
The Marysville Charter Academy?
We don't have a prepared speaker.
Okay, all right. Okay. Now we have recognitions. Val, would you like to introduce the group that's coming up?
Right, I have Amy Stratton, our Director of Curriculum and Instruction, going to do the introductions.
Yep, we'll take care of it. On February 15th, the Linda Lions Club had a speech competition. The topic was how kindness reunites our community. We had 3 students from the Charter Academy who scored first, second, and third place. Our first place winner was Selma Alfaki. So go ahead, head on up. We're going to start over there, shake hands. Yes. And our second place winner was Garrett Granger. And our third place winner was Anna Galvin. Anna Galvin. All 3 of them.
Are you ready? Get back in there. Very nice, thank you.
Congratulations.
I was a judge at the Lions Club speech contest, and all I can tell you is having to get in front of a bunch of strangers with a speech is not the easiest thing, and they did a great job, so really appreciate that involvement. So now we move on to opportunity for employee organizations to address the board. Marysville Unified School Association.
Good evening, Mr. Davis and the rest of the school board and all of our district office personnel, our teachers, our honorees that are here. This evening, I'm going to try to keep the MUTA comments short and sweet because it looks like we may have an agenda that might be as well, fingers crossed. You always say that and then you jinx yourself, never fails. First of all, Mjusd would like to thank our retirees, Lisa and Vicky, along with Kathy Woods as well, to echo Mr. Rasmussen. Their decades of dedication to the district are commendable, and we thank them for all of their hard work and dedication. We also had our first PDC, our Professional Development Collaborative meeting, and it went very well between Mjusd and the district. We would like to thank Alicia Wright, our co-chair, who has been doing a lot of work to get that off the ground for us. And we already have our March offerings that were just emailed out to all of us, so thank her for that. And also thank you to all of the teachers and the administrators who are serving on the PDC and helping us with our professional development and our collaborative efforts to get that out to all of our educators and to make the best possible professional development and professional learning happen for our teachers. Also, the Common Assessments Project is still going strong, so another shout out to Amy Stratton again, and also to the numerous dozens of teachers that are being team leaders and also serving on the teams for the Common Assessments Project. Both of these are just two examples of the extraordinary efforts and the additional time and hard work our teachers are putting in for our students and our profession and our district educational community. We also wanted to share just a few positive notes from around our sites and our classrooms. At Johnson Park, the 4th through 6th grade students are showing steady, significant growth in reading due to intervention. In less than 5 months, the designated EL students have improved nearly a full grade level, and all 4th through 6th grade students have mirrored that achievement. Additionally, due to the enrichment program, a number of the 4th through 6th grade students who were reading at grade level previously have already advanced multiple grade levels in just a matter of months. At McKinney, the GSA Club led a positive celebration of Ally Day. And after a 2-year absence, we will have approximately 600 students participate in the Shady Creek Outdoor Education Program. Dozens of students earned scholarships for Shady Creek through an essay competition. Additionally, we had over 90 students who were nominated by their teachers, administrators, and school staff for district recognition. Our district music program is gearing up for Music in Our Schools Month and numerous concerts. Our teachers and students celebrated Black History Month through lessons, activities, and discussions, and much more. And in honor of the Olympics, we thought it might be fitting to round out our very short list of positive notes with some sporting news. At Marysville High School, the boys basketball team earned another championship, 2nd year in a row, and made it to the 2nd round of playoffs. The girls basketball team also earned a playoff berth and made it to the 2nd round of playoffs. Additionally, 3 of our wrestlers qualified for masters. As anyone can see, from just this very short, brief list, we have a lot of amazing things happening with our students and in our classrooms, all of which stand as shining examples of equity and the positive results of it and the need and necessity of an equity policy, an original equity policy that includes equity. And I had another amazing conclusion written. I promise you, it was great. But I have been outshined by our ASB president. And I could not say it better than she did, so I will leave you with her thoughts as well. Listen to your students. They know what they're talking about even more so than the rest of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Operating Engineers Local Union number 3. California School Employees Association number 326 and 648. Association of Management and Confidential Employees. Supervisory Unit. Now we have a presentation from Linda Elementary School, their site plan.
Good. So good evening, President Davis, Board Trustees, District Cabinet, and members of the audience. My name is Zach Schultz, and I have the privilege of serving the Linda Elementary School community as its principal. I appreciate the opportunity to stand before you this evening and share just a little bit about the work we've done towards realizing our school site plan goals for the current school year. Now, I started my assignment as principal at Linda Elementary in mid-November of last year, and so by the time I got there, the school site plan had been 99.9% fully developed. I have found it to be a very comprehensive, well-written, and well-thought-out plan with the 4 goals you see here. For some reason, they're now all numbered 1, but there's 4 of them. And for each of those goals, they developed actions and set aside budget allocations to reach each of those goals. Unfortunately, I failed to acquire the information that this presentation needs to be relegated to 7 minutes. So for the sake of brevity, I will touch on the first 2, but I want to let you know if you want to meet with me one-on-one, I'd be happy to go over the full presentation with you, because we actually have a lot to share, and I actually have a lot to talk about regarding each goal. Our first goal pertains to increasing student academic achievement. When I first got to Linda Elementary School, I scheduled a 10 to 15 minute meeting with every staff member, and through those conversations, I attained a lot of anecdotal evidence as well as some data that indicated that from TK through 6th grade, the greatest need was to improve reading skills. And so, that was in November, December. In the month of December, we did a complete overhaul of our master schedule. So now, and it started in the month of January, at every grade level, there is a 35 to 40 minute protected block time delegated to reading intervention and enrichment. That's 5 days a week. The biggest chunk of our budget goes to paying not 6 paraeducators, but actually 10, because I did not list the 4 paraeducators that work in the kindergarten classroom. So what happens when we have this many extra sets of hands is we can drastically reduce the student-to-staff ratio, and that allows us to better target the individual needs of our students. You may have caught that when I was talking about those one-on-one staff meetings that I collected a lot of anecdotal evidence. Well, we're very well aware that we need to build our capacity to use data to make more informed decisions, and so we are working on that. During the week of February 7th, we had our first school-wide common assessment. We administered the Renaissance Star Test from TK through 6th grade in both reading and math, and so we now have a very large data set, and we're going to be learning to analyze that data and use it to make decisions. On March 2nd, our district literacy coaches, Sunshine Harlow and Melissa Slocum, will be joining us and leading us in a training on data analysis using this STAR-REN data. Another thing we're excited about, and it actually started this afternoon, we are now offering after-school tutoring. We have teachers who have signed up at 1st grade, 4th, 5th, and 6th grades. Next week, we will also have an RSP group. We're providing tutoring 1 hour a day, 3 days a week, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday. And we're using FEV Tutor. And I want to stop right here and just let you know how much we appreciate your efforts to acquire the services of FEV Tutor. They've been nothing short of just wonderful to work with. I'm happy to talk to you more about it outside of this presentation. And I got really good feedback from the teachers today who are running the FEV Tutor program with the students. Goal number 2, we're providing our students and our community with a safe, positive, productive environment through implementation of PBIS strategies. A big change happened last January. During a school site council meeting, we tweaked the language and then kind of approved it, that it will now allow us to pay our PBIS team members to meet more frequently. So we've gone from once a month PBIS team meetings to twice a month, and that has drastically expedited the implementation of PBIS strategies. It's increased productivity, and I think if we hadn't done it, we'd probably be kind of gearing up and getting ready to implement and roll things out next fall. But now we're doing it right now. We're getting PBIS moving. Okay, I want to make sure I have time to talk briefly about another initiative we're really excited about. It's more of a tier 2 and 3 PBIS intervention, and that is a wellness room, a wellness center. So we've found a vacant classroom. We're in the process of moving furniture out and ordering and putting in new furniture and materials for the purpose of social emotional learning, mental health, and wellness. If you look at our student demographics there, that right there justifies that social emotional learning, mental health, wellness is just as high a priority as reading and math. Well, what's going to happen in that wellness center? Well, we do have a full-time counselor. She has an intern who's on our campus 5 days a week, 3 hours a day. And we also benefit from the services of a Wellness Together counseling intern who's on our campus Tuesdays and Fridays. Now, they have offices, but this will be extra additional workspace for them to do things like small group counseling sessions, parent informational meetings. We have some students that, for whatever reasons, things that are happening at home, they come to school and they're not quite ready to learn. And so we're talking about before school mindfulness activities such as yoga, something like that. We have students that they come to school, they're not ready to learn, they're either shut down or their behavior is such that they're causing classroom instruction to grind to a halt. This will be a place where we can work with those students, help them process their feelings, help them de-escalate, and get them back to a mindset where they're ready to learn, and we're shooting for trying to get them back into the classroom within 15 to 20 minutes. Okay, like I said, I've got enough content to talk about goals 3 and 4, but I'm going to skip right through those for now, and just let you know that big changes is hard work, and it can be scary sometimes, and none of this happens if I was not able to get the cooperation of the staff and the families at our school. It's just wonderful people to work with, and I'm excited for the things we're going to be doing in the months and years ahead. Thank you very much for this opportunity once again.
Thank you very much.
Do you want to stand here? Okay.
No questions?
Any question from the board?
Yeah, I had a comment. Thank you for addressing the ELA and the reading. CSBA came out this morning with, and some of the fellow board members may have read that also, that one of the biggest challenges right now in the state of California is reading.
Yep. We got
Do
it.
it. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Now we have the presentation from the Christie White and Associates for the 2020-2021 Independent Audit Report, financial statements. Are they here?
They're going to join us through Zoom. Heather Rubio is here with Christie White to go over our 2021 financial statements.
Hello?
We can hear you now.
They can hear me now?
We can hear you now.
Okay, good evening. Okay, good evening. Again, I'm Heather Rubio, lead auditor on the Marysville Joint Unified School District audit for 2021. What I had planned to do is go do a high-level overview over the audit opinions, the procedures we do to get those opinions, and then I'm happy to answer any questions you may have on any of the pages in the report or anything related to our audit procedures. So instead of going through the whole report, I will take you to the page that has the best summary of the report. It's page 76 in the audit report. I'm not sure if they're different on your. Okay, so what we do is we issue an opinion, 3 separate opinions on the district's financial situation, their compliance with federal awards, and their compliance with state requirements. The first one is the financial statements. We issued an unmodified opinion. Doesn't sound real fancy, but it is the best opinion you can get, which basically means we did not have any issues with the numbers reported in the financial statements. So any adjustments we requested or anything we asked of the district were made, and we have no concerns over the numbers that are presented to you today in this financial statement. In addition to that, we're looking at the controls over those financial numbers. So does the district have controls over reporting cash, right? Are they doing reconciliations for accounts payable? Are they, is there a purchase order? Are there proper approvals? Are items recorded correctly and timely? Is everything coded to the correct budget? Are the expenditures even allowable? So those are the type of things that we're looking at. And that is a very, summarized version. If you saw the items sampled and the items the district had to pull, it took a while, but I'm happy to report we did not come across any material weaknesses or significant deficiencies, or no instances of non-compliance related to the financial statements. Because you are a school district, we also have to issue another opinion, and that is in the area of federal awards. That is pretty big in the 2021 year because there's all the CRF funds. So the first program we audited is your Education Stabilization Fund, more commonly known as GEAR and ESSER. We also audited your Centers and Family Daycare funds for cafeteria and your Coronavirus Relief Fund, Learning Loss Mitigation. What we do for these comes right out of the Office Management and Budget. Very difficult area to audit and even comply in this year because the guidance is coming out as the money's coming out, as you're supposed to spend it timely. And so there was a lot of back and forth, but the district did a wonderful job working with us and making sure the funds were spent appropriately, asking questions and working to try to figure out. And therefore, I'm happy to report you have an unmodified opinion with no material weaknesses or significant deficiencies. And a lot of these funds and any other funds that come through will probably be selected in the 21-22 year. Okay. And the final opinion is in the state area. This is one of the hardest areas to have no significant deficiencies in. The state changes their audit guide every year based on changes to state law, right? Every time an assembly bill comes out. In addition to that, the audit guide is being written and we're trying to figure it out. The most difficult area of the 2021 year was in the distance learning area, and that difficult for so many reasons, and mostly because you had to implement distance learning while the guidance is coming out, but you had to provide the program. I want to just give some recognition to the district in this area because we also worked very closely with the district, and they were working just trying to make sure they hit all the correct things, provided the correct paperwork, were providing instruction correctly. Everyone was using the attendance system correctly. We worked very closely with the district. And again, the district does a wonderful job when they need help reaching out to the auditors. So, and I'm happy to report we didn't come across any issues in the distance learning. We did have one finding related to unduplicated pupil counts, and I'll discuss that a little further. But otherwise, there were no other instances, no material weaknesses, and only that one significant deficiency related to the unduplicated pupil counts. Does anybody have any questions overall with the procedures? Okay, I was going to go into the unduplicated finding that we came across. So again, the state outlines each year what we need to test and is very specific about it. For unduplicated pupil counts, we found 2 out of 31 students in our sample group that did not have the free and reduced meal applications on file. This kind of ended up being a finding we came across a few times, not only in this district, but this year. I think it relates a little bit to those forms not being required for food service. So in this instance, we had to report it, and calculate for the state. I know the district is working on ensuring they have a corrective action in place, and that will be audited and looked at in the 21-22 year. Okay.
Any questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now we have updates from the Superintendent, Business Services.
I don't have any business updates this week.
Education.
Nothing from Educational Services this week. From the Personnel Department, I will just say briefly, we met with CSEA for negotiations today. We thank them for that work. It was a very productive session. And then we are still continuing to hire some of the vacancies we have for this year, as well as beginning to start into the hiring for the 22-23 school year. So if there's anyone out there listening that would like to become part of the Marysville Joint Unified family, we highly encourage you to apply. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Israni.
Thank you. Thank you. Want to really start off by thanking the MJUSD community for truly the commitment and the hard work that you continue to do every day. We can't thank you enough. On that note, I don't think I can follow Angela Stiegel. She stood there and talked about all the good stuff happening in the district, and we really appreciate your leadership. Thank you, Angela, for continuing to bring the partnership forward. We are here to serve our students, and what better partnership than between administration and teachers working hand in hand, shoulder to shoulder to making things happen. Thank you for your leadership, Angela, and you had a lot to do with it. I want to make sure I put it on record. I also want to thank Kathy. I mean, this last 6 months I've been here, I run into her in the hallway. She runs a department that is seamless. It's just doesn't have any wrinkles in it, and I can't explain that, but it's truly just, she runs it so elegantly, and I'll miss her, and I'm a little jealous because she's younger than me and she's choosing to retire. And as I mentioned, there are people now, in the next couple of months, you'll hear a lot of retirements. You'll hear that. People are just ready to enjoy. And one thing that COVID did for us is made us wake up and appreciate the things we have in life, right? And what we don't have sometimes is the time that we want to spend. We get so used to working. So I'm a little jealous of her, but I think she's such an elegant lady, and I couldn't second that enough. And also to all other retirees that are stepping out today, they've served the district, they've served the community, and a heartfelt thanks from all of us for your work. We do want to mention, last time when you heard the budget meeting, Midterm made a request to meet with capital advisors and talk to the board. We are setting that meeting up. We've already talked before, the dates are coming out soon. And we also have contacted CVT to talk about the insurance. And so that request came to us. So a group of Midterm executives will meet with us, and we'll talk with CVT and really start tackling these issues to get a deeper understanding of what's going on. I would now like to make a couple of comments about the equity. In the last couple of months, the district brought forward, as you know, in November, the equity policy. And since then, as a superintendent of the district, I'll talk softly and gently, but I will make a statement. This district and this community has some work to do. But what was important, and I think we are right down the middle of this boardroom, two sides of the aisle, and each one is interpreting the work that we are doing in a very different way. And I think it's been doing it pretty unfairly. The board made a very powerful statement. The equity policy we brought to the board that night, and you heard me talk about it, about the fact that it, and I think I said something like it's going to send shudders through the community. And I anticipated it would, and it did. But what we did learn from that policy, and if you look at it closely, it did not talk about all is all. It left out some certain subgroups, it left out some races, and it called out some. And what is important, and what the board has said over and over again, is all means all. And what is confusing me and our leaders sitting here is that it's becoming a rhetoric that is being skewed, and it needs to stop. because we need to talk about what truly equity means, which is not equality. It is equitable service for every child under our care. Go back and look at the CSBA policy. Please read it the way we have read it, the way I have read it for the last 3 months. It's got some glaring gaps in it. And so I would like to sit here and say thank you for voting it down. Thank you for giving us a chance to go back to the table and truly talk about what equity means to MJUSD. It means more than what was in that language. It talked about certain subgroups and certain races, didn't talk about all races, didn't talk about our high-achieving kids, didn't talk about our special ed kids. So how is it that now we are being ripped apart for not adopting a policy that came from CSBA, which was written in response of certain districts that were facing possibly some discrimination violations? What I'm going to be the first one to say, we have a lot of work to do, and I'm so excited that that decision, I always go back, and I think I said that to many of you, I feel more concerned that if the vote had passed that night, and I want you to hear what I'm going to say, if the vote had passed that night with 4 for and 3 against, we would have been down a really bad road, because I would have been sitting here just like many of you thinking, those who voted no truly don't care, and we would not have given them a chance to talk. So when things are turned down and we get a chance to do things right, let's celebrate that work and let's talk about it together. So now that we've kind of de-stressed it, we've moved away from the table, we are going to be reaching across the aisle to both sides and really meeting to talk about what is it that the language of the policy should say. The one misunderstanding that I'm finding is this big lack of, maybe me not explaining it well, the board policy is only a policy. The administrative regulation is where the rubber meets the road. If we have an admin regulation that is only 3 places long, that means we're not implementing the policy. So we have a really good AR, and the BP should be very simple, precise, people to understand what we stand for. So we have some work to do. I'm not going to bring it back as I was directed to do it in February or in March, possibly end of March. I would request the board give me some more time to engage in this conversation, and I'll step in now with some of our very knowledgeable community members who have been sitting in the sidelines and watching this conversation. As you know, there's articles about us in the newspaper that we don't believe in equity. I don't believe that's true. I think what you heard today from the work that's going on in the district, it's about all children. It's about a focus on our teachers, a focus on our staff, that we continue to have a respectful place. So on that note, I will end, because I've been watching this happening for 3 months, and as a district superintendent, I have to say, we have work to do. Please join us in this journey. It's not okay to sit back and make comments. We are opening the door. We've always had it open, but now it's a different kind of a level of conversation. So on that note, I just had to say it. I think it's time I had to make a comment, because equity is what we do, and if we don't do it, then why are we educators, right? Why are we here to serve? So we'll go back to the table. We'll keep talking about that, and I'd like to end on that note and say thank you for everybody for your opinion, and please know you'll be heard. And thank you, Amy Stratton. I know she's caught in the middle of this conversation. I will join you in the meetings that we're going to have next. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to report that all board members are present today, since I didn't do that earlier. Now we have the approval of minutes. Minutes from the regular board meeting of February 8th, 2022. Are there any additions or corrections that need to be made? If not, do I hear a motion? Motion approved by Mr. Crawford. Is there a second? Second by Doug Criddle. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Passes 7-0. Now we have the consent agenda. And I want to pull an item. It is under business services. It's item number 7 on page 7. And that has to do with the approval of requests for proposals for grocery supplies. And we want to have a little discussion about that. Are there any other items on the consent agenda that anyone wants pulled at this time? If not, do I hear a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Motion approved by Ms. Hasty. Is there a second? Second by Gary Criddle. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Now on this item, if Dr. Asrana want to have a discussion.
Sure. We have a director of food services, right, nutritional services. She's ready to answer some questions.
Okay,
thank you, Amber, for being here.
The reason that I pulled this is that we've had a lot of interaction with our students, and one of the things that they provided us was quite a researched review of the nutrition of the foods we were providing to our students, and it wasn't exactly complimentary. And so I'm hoping that with this discussion, that the RFP can be developed to address those issues. So would you like to continue?
Absolutely. Thank you for the opportunity to respond. Dr. Fall has put me in contact with the lead representative that wrote the report, the very comprehensive report, and I will be reaching out to further the conversation and get feedback. The RFP that we're working on is for next year's menu, so we're selecting the products that will be used to either make menu items, or in some cases they might be packaged or whole food items ready to serve. So we will consider the feedback and specify more wholesome, lower sugar. And I think part of the disconnect is that COVID has made some things very difficult to make and get, and so in some cases we're having to substitute for things that are ready to serve when we would normally be making them in scratch. So I think explaining some of the hardship and how it's different now than what we normally would be doing and what we're hoping to go back to next year so students can understand. The overall goal is still to reduce the amount of sugar, processed items, and have more in-house made items. We've been making this progression over multiple years, and we continue to strive towards that. And we're actually working with the Chef Ann Foundation to help improve that further. You might remember my presentation from December on that, so we actually start that next week. So lots of things happening in food service. COVID kind of has the wrench still in the system right now, but I think we'll get to the other side of it. And another kind of perspective, in Marysville School District, we are a bit more advanced in the type of products that we put on our menu. When you look at comparison districts, there's even more heavily processed items or focus on juice and kind of snack items. We cook a lot more things here than most school districts. But students might not realize that because they don't get to experience the restaurants at other schools. So I get kind of the feedback that these students have, and we definitely want to meet their needs, and we'll take their input.
Are there any questions?
I actually have a comment, and thinking again, Amber, about pre-COVID, I do know that that was one of your, what you wanted to do is to have more made food in the cafeterias and to produce healthy diets. And again, I think this is one more area that we come into COVID and thinking back to all of the meals that you guys handed out on the streets and at the different school sites. Again, I just want to commend your department and yourself for everything that you did for our families, because that was a tremendous amount of effort that y'all did to make sure our kids didn't go hungry. And I truly think once we get back to some type of normalcy that you're going to go back to what your real, I want to say challenge, but it wasn't a challenge that you wanted to do. That was one of the charges that you had to really make home-cooked food. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rasmussen.
Any other questions? Thank you very much, Amber. Okay, do I hear a motion to approve the RFP for grocery items?
I'll make a motion to approve the RFP.
Is there a second? Second by Doug Criddle. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Passes 7-0. Now we move to new business. The first item is a vote for the CSB Delegate Assembly, Subregion 4C. The purpose of this agenda item is to allow the board to nominate a representative to the CSBA Delegate Subregion 4C for a 2-year term, April 2022 through March 2024. Do we have any nominations?
I'd like to nominate Doug Criddle.
Well, actually, I'm already nominated, or already a delegate, and my 2 years comes up next year. So what it transpired in this is that because of the size of the district, which is District 4, we are so large that there's another delegate opening. We had someone had some health issues that quit. So we needed some more representation, and it's perfectly fine if they're from the same district because of our size. And we only meet twice a year, but we do get great information, as I was mentioning to the principal about the reading and such. So.
Well, I'm sorry to not have realized.
I actually love it. So it's really good to bring all that information back to the schools and community. So I was hoping maybe Gary would like to do it.
We do not have to nominate anyone.
Oh, but
we don't. But I'll tell you what, though, it makes a better cohesiveness of what we're doing if we have more information and such, and different eyes looking at it for different levels and purposes.
So Doug, did I hear you make a nomination?
I'll make a nomination. I request that I nominate Gary Criddle.
Is there a second? Second?
Do you think you should ask Mr. Criddle?
Well, Gary, I guess we should have asked Gary if he would accept.
I hate to say I'd be voluntold, but I will accept the nomination.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Passes 7-0. Thank you, Gary. Now we have Education Services. Update and presentation for the Mjusd midterm update of the annual Lcap and budget overview for parents. This is an informational item. Jennifer? Oh, I get them. Rocco.
He's putting on his ex-services hat now.
Keep it. He's Lcap.
One. Testing. All right, we are live. Good evening, everyone. This is our annual Lcap midterm review, and then there's an additional, in case you hadn't seen enough plans in the last year and a half, additional supplemental plan for some additional funds that will be rolling into the next Lcap. So you may ask why we have a midterm presentation. So Section 124E of Assembly Bill 130 requires the local educational agencies to present our annual update to the board. And the budget overview for parents, we've already presented once this year. We've brought it back again, so you'll have all of that documentation, and it's there available online. But we have to do this presentation before February 28th. So this is meeting the statutory requirement on our midterm progress for our Lcap. So what we did is we kind of broke down some of the highlights for the academic data based on the goals. So looking at Goal 1, improve academic performance by creating an academic system that addresses and engages the various identified needs of all MJUSD students. And remembering most of this data is coming from our distance learning year, what you saw is Ela Scores, about 28.21% of total students tested met or exceeded standards. For math, it was 13.73, and both of those numbers are slightly down from the year before when we were physically in class. CAS scores were at 16.73%. Meeting or exceeding standards. Graduation rate dipped about 1.5%, so we were at 78.9% graduation rate during that distance year that we were learning. Looking at our Lexia program that we've added, you can see that 16% of students had moved from below grade level to at grade level from August to January. So Lexia, you're starting to look at this year's data, not the conglomerated distance learning data. So you can see, kind of like Linda presented today with Mr. Schultz up here, that students are starting to make progress with those products and with the work of our teachers and staff. So Power Up data shows 12% of students moving from below grade level to at grade level from August to January. From Star Ren, we saw an instructional reading level average of 0.4 increase from August to December. With Exact Path, you've got 227 students that are currently enrolled. This is that prescriptive diagnostic program, and they've made average growth is at 25 scale points, so students using that are making great progress. From looking at our CAPS suspension rates, obviously in distance learning, suspension rates are going to be pretty low, so 0.3% suspension rate for 2021. Looking at the chronic absenteeism, it was up slightly at 21.3% of students being chronically absent. Again, distance learning was a very, I was about to say something I hate, not very unique, a unique beast in itself. Looking at overcoming barriers, looking at the role of athletics. So this was the first time we've really disaggregated down, like what are the roles of some of the clubs or extracurriculars that our students do and what effect it has. So if you just look in general, our overall athletics program, students who are in athletics tend to have a higher GPA overall. AP enrollment of 147 students across 9 courses with an average GPA of 3.59 as opposed to the 2.43 overall GPA for the school. We had 300 students in music with a GPA of 2.71, again higher than the average of students on the overall. So students enrolled in music tended to be doing better in classes as well. College courses, we had 12 seniors in 2021 completed 1 college course, and 1 student had completed 2 college courses at that point. So that was for some of the non-dual enrollment stuff that we had enrolled. Looking at our EL supports goal 3, building a system of specific supports for our EL learners, foster and low SES students. You saw 33.69% of EL students met or exceeded standard. And we didn't have any data from last year, too small of a group for foster and homeless. For CASP, looking at the EL foster and homeless, we had about 16.65% of EL students meet or exceed standards. And if you think back to the other data point, that was actually above where our general average of 13% was for last year. Graduation, you're looking at graduation rates for EL at about 76.2, and for foster youth, we definitely have some work to do, 44.4%. Homeless was sitting at 62.1. And when you look at those data points for last year, that would make a lot of sense. When you think about what students are going to struggle the most when they're relegated out of the classrooms, it would be these groups that we're really looking at. For LP, the EL students recorded a level 4, that's at 10.37%. We had 101 students reclassified during the 2021 school year, so moving to RFEP, or redesignated to fluent in English language arts. Long-term English learners, we have 43.6% of our students that are long-term English learners. So this is one of the areas that we've been working on in growth, and I think you'll see considerable change in this next year. These are students that have been in EL programming for over 7 years at this point, and we believe you're going to see a decrease in that coming up. Goal 4, improve the meaningful school-to-home relationship. So we started looking at kind of how can we figure out what are these connection points. Obviously, we do surveying. We see that over the last year, we had gone from about 21% to about 50% of parents having an Aries parent portal. So this means they're able to get online and monitor what's going on in their students. Distance learning made that a necessity in a lot of ways. And it differed across sites. So we had some sites that were as high as almost 90%, and some sites that have a long ways to go that were down around 11%. Translation, everything is being translated into our mandatory translation language. We've also incorporated Farsi translation and some of the other languages that we've seen come in, but everything that has to be translated is online and available. Participation in parent academies and extracurricular family programs. So we had 59 parents, and you met some of those earlier this year at the board meeting, graduate from the PK Institute. And then logged interventions and communications through parent liaisons. So since they're funded through the Lcap, we looked at it. 2,792 at the time of this writing interventions were logged by our outreach consultants. They were based on academic, attendance, behavior intervention, and social emotional learning. So you can kind of see what they're intervening with and where that tracking is occurring. Attendance, discipline, and academic achievement rates of students receiving outreach. So 24% of the calls from our outreach consultants were based on attendance, 13% were discipline related, and 57% of the logged calls were on academic achievement. So there is a heavy focus on the academic achievement at this point. So midterm 5, so this is improve employee morale by creating policies and practices that support the well-being of staff. I think the initial elephant in the room is everything is hard right now. It is coming back. I think everyone feels it in every capacity. So it gives us a good baseline as we start looking at these things going into the spring as where we have work to do and how we can better support our staff and our families. If you look at our certificated employee absentee rate, we're going to set it after this year. So coming out of COVID, if you look at it with the absences that are associated to COVID leaves, it doesn't seem like a good time to set the baseline. It would be not a fair data set. It would be low. We would obviously make huge growth. So we will set that in the fall. Number of teachers with 2 years or less teaching. We did have 46 of our 511 teachers with less than 2 years of experience. There's an additional 36 temps this year that we've worked with to get credentialed and available in classes that aren't calculated into that number, but they would also fall into the less than 2 years of experience. So conglomerated together, you'd be just over 80 students there, or teachers, my apologies. Annual survey of employee satisfaction, we're going to be sending that out in April, so that's about to occur. Teacher turnover rates, baseline data is about 8%, excluding retirement. And the survey of staff environmental conditions, we're going to be administering that in May as well. So goal 1, kind of looking at the fiscal part of it now. So that was the academic achievement data. If we look at kind of what we allocated to spend and what we've expensed so far, remembering there's still some encumbered. If it's encumbered towards a salary or something we know is going out, we have it included here. There are still some costs that will be added on through the Lcap and some areas where we haven't been able to hire or spend that we'll highlight. So from goal 1, some of the highlights were the centralized literacy programming with Lexia Star Renaissance, and then the great work that our coaches are doing out with teachers that you heard about earlier. Added exact path diagnostic and prescriptive learning loss remediation tools. We've maintained the junior ROTC program at LHS and the flight simulator facility. So if any of you guys haven't been out to see the flight simulators, I would highly recommend going and seeing that. Provided high quality teacher induction and mentoring to new teachers. Funded ongoing professional learning community collaboration time for certificated staff. And we would expect to fully expend this by the end of the year. So we believe on this goal, we'll just about hit the mark with everything that was there in expenditures. On goal number 2, looking at the physical and emotional conditions of schools, we had allocated roughly $7 million in this. We're believing that about $6.4 million is what we've expensed so far. We do think there's going to be a few areas we're going to fall slightly short in expenditures here. Increased counseling staff allocations is one of the highlights with increased intervention services. There are several vacant positions that we've been unable to fill despite ongoing efforts, and those efforts still continue. But turnover and recruitment has definitely been a challenge. Increased athletic budgets and provided athletic trainers to work with student athletes, and you've heard a lot tonight about the athletics. You heard from Marysville High School on what's going on there as well. Increased elementary PE allocations through the Lcap. You have the added centralized support of PBIS and intervention services. Funded school safety and communication, including our county SRO and MPD officer. We've provided music programming at all levels. And again, just a note there, we do have a few vacancies. We had a couple that opened up that we haven't been able to fill as the year has gone on. So we are still looking to recruit. We had some teachers at music conferences last week who were excited and getting people heading our direction, which was exciting. We actually had a few people reach out about those positions. And then provided increased health services to students through our nursing, health aides, et cetera. So goal 3, specific EL supports, foster and low SES. We had allocated $4.2 million roughly, and right now we're at 2.3 that's fully expensed. We've added English learner supports and EL facilitators, provided homeless transportation and support services, provided sites with allocations as shown in their presentation. So each of the sites, as they come present, you see that budget number. That's the money that we give them specific from the Lcap, so that they're able to do the things that are specific to their sites that may not be the things that fit overall for every site. We've added the dual enrollment early college program, which is doing very, very well. Thank you to Alicia Wright for all the work that she's putting to keep that running. And the paraeducators that we're sending over to support those students, that is unique to our program, and I believe that's what's helping our students achieve the way they are. And then the addition of the literacy coaches were in this goal. So the funds allocated for professional development, you'll see a little bit more of a gap on this goal, and you go, why is it not closely expended? We're not fully expensed because of multiple funding sources. So as the ESSER plans and some of those other plans came in that had paraeducators as a priority, some of it ended up funded from there. So we are probably going to have a gap in this funding. So there'll be a little bit left in this account at the end of the year. And then also for our high-risk case managers, we had small allocations for site, looking at kids who were at high risk coming back. We were already having a problem filling our vacant support positions, so we chose not to fly those at this point and to focus on trying to fill the positions we had. And then goal number 4, improve meaningful school-to-home relationships. This one, again, right about on target, 1.4, and we're at 1.34. This is parent institutes are our highlight, and support for parent education, increased centralization of communication services that you've seen, and then added parent liaison or outreach consultants, which is really the big ticket item in this one, to improve. And you saw some of the outreach efforts earlier in the presentation. Finally, improve employee morale by creating policies and practices that support the well-being of staff. This comes in a lot of different ways. I think some of the things that we're looking at right now really through this is increasing PD related to classroom management and student well-being, and then upcoming initiation of the satisfaction survey for staff. So reaching out to find out how we're doing, what does the onboarding process look like, where can we improve, because we know there's always room to improve. This one, there's the gap because we still have 2 professional development days at the end of the year, as well as the March 9th day that we have off now that we're gonna be having PD to. So we believe that before the year is over, this one will balance out as well. So next part, and I apologize, this is long. This is 3 presentations all together in one. So usage of concentration, so the additional supports that we're looking at right now, with the additional dollars that will come in for the Lcap in the supplement, we give you an initial plan here. So you'll get a more detailed plan when we write the actual Lcap for next year or put in the new supports. But one of the things we're working with CSEA on is moving our paraprofessional positions to full-time from part-time positions, phasing in from STC and ED first. To support our students and certificated staff, we've already added EL facilitators, outreach consultants, and counselors. We want to make sure that we get to fully staffed at all of those areas next year. To fill some of the gaps in staffing, we've looked to a lot of virtual services and platforms for students to be able to add on. 24/7 available structured intervention and tutoring, virtual caseload management for our special education students, mental health, virtual counseling and intervention services. We've added Wellness Together counselors, and then the parent institutes and stuff that you heard us talking about earlier. So implementation of the ESSER 3 funds. We have to give you kind of a brief update on that, and you guys have seen these plans before, but to meet the statutory, just bringing it back briefly, it interlaces with all of our other plans. Our Lcap is to address students' physical, mental, and academic needs, as well as the morale and well-being of staff. To support this with ESSER 3, the 20% that went to instruction was about $5.3 million towards lost instructional time, and that broke down to the AB 130, so the teachers are working additional to be able to provide for our students the independent study when they're out on quarantine. $250,000 from Edmentum for credit remediation to be able to help those students in high school that had fallen behind credit courses. $350,000 for the Common Assessment Project that you keep hearing about, which is amazing work, which I think is really going to help propel us forward, as well as $350,000 that was set aside to bring project-based learning and AVID into our schools. And then finally, the LCP, ELO, and then Lcap Goal 1, Action 4 combined to put $5.5 million towards devices and technology connectivity throughout the schools. And that went not just from devices, but to hotspots, as well as wiring, speeding up. I don't know if you guys remember back at the beginning of distance learning, we were very worried about, will our network be able to support all of this? So Brian Williams and his team working diligently in order to make sure that the network was upgraded. And then the $23.7 million is what you've heard before, going towards facilities. You know some of the large projects that that's set towards at this point. So Engagement, we've used surveys, student forums, open public hearings with the board, and then site feedback from staff. We can always get more, but at this point I would believe from seeing the number of survey results that come back, people are being surveyed so much at this point that we're seeing a decrease in the number of results we're getting back. But again, we continue to reach out. The in-person forums and especially the student forums have been very, very helpful. We also have the strategic planning surveys that were conducted November through January, as well as the upcoming Lcap meetings. So usage of funds consistent with our 21-22 Lcap. So we've been thoughtful in trying to weave our ESSER 3 and all the rest of the plans together in order to make sure that we're providing support services, and then trying to be diligent in looking at the data. So hopefully in the data presentation earlier, you saw that we're starting to look at data in different ways, looking at how music, athletics, and those things are affecting students, so we know what are the most effective things to keep in place as some of these other funds start to move away. And so we've augmented those as we've moved to try to expand the day, largely on the backs of our existing employees through supplemental contracts because we continue to try to hire in support services. So if you're looking for the full details, all of this can be found online, and the link is here. Presentation is available if you go to our website. And everything will then come up again as we go through the full 22-23 Lcap. This is the preliminary presentation and then our midterm addressing of the 3 plans that we had to present. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Rocco?
I would just like to say thank you, Dr. Greco. That was a fantastic presentation. In the handful of years that I've been on the board, I've never seen an update done like that. And I think we are finally to the point of utilizing the Lcap funding for students that are truly in need of that Lcap funding. So showing the data under Goal 1, I think, is extremely important, and being able to see if the items that we are funding are really making a difference in children's lives. So again, thank you again for your presentation, and look forward to the next one.
Any more questions?
I have a quick question for Dr. Greco. Could you please talk about the equity data that comes out of the dashboard that has to be reported in the Lcap for our subgroups?
Yeah, so when you look at data, when it comes down to the Lcap is an equity-based document, and that was the initial when we started these presentations about it, is how do you create an environment that's going to make sure that all students succeed? And so if I come to school and I'm struggling with food insecurity, like from Amber's presentations earlier, thinking about food services. If I'm able to get food at school so that I'm not hungry, I'm able to focus, which then helps me to be able to learn. In the Linda Elementary presentation, you heard him talking about students who come to school not prepared to learn, emotionally not ready. So we offer emotional supports and things through it so that those students have an equitable opportunity to be able to gain access to the education so that they don't have limited results. What we see when you look at educational data, not just for our district, but across the nation, is that there are cyclical patterns that we can interject ourselves into to be able to stop. So when you look at EL achievement, when you look at the achievement of our special education students, of all of these different groups that we work with, there are things that we can do. And so when I try to explain this to people, I try to reference, I think, special education. And when we talk about IEPs, somebody may have an area where they're struggling. So I mentioned food insecurity or emotional struggles, whatever the struggle may be that you're dealing with. We try to create a scaffold that makes sure that you're on par so that you're able to have everything that you need to be able to make it through the day and succeed. Like one of my kids who's coming from a home that's got affluence, that has every privilege available to them. We want to make sure that we're filling the gap and making those things. And that's really what the goal of the Lcap is to make sure that we're providing those services. When these dollars come in the Lcap, they're aimed at the 3 specific groups: our low-income students, our foster, and our EL students. And so the supports that you should see, so when I look at athletics, it's great to have athletics in there, but if I can't show that it's improving the outcomes of those students, then that's not something that should remain in the Lcap. And that's why it's so important that we continue to use data to be able to say what is working and what is bringing kids to the schools, what's helping them to achieve at the level we want to see for all of our students.
Any other questions? So we'll move on to the update and presentation of the Ncaa midterm update.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, district staff, and our audience. I'm James Lohman, principal of Marysville Charter Academy for the Arts. And I do want to tell you, today was my first day at school. It was an absolutely wonderful day, and I'm pleased to end my first day presenting for you tonight. I have our mid-year update for the Charter Academy. And I do want to point out for our audience at home, there's a URL at the bottom of the presentation, bit.ly/MCAA midyear 2020 or 22. Anybody can access this presentation. There's some links in there that are live, just for folks that want to access that. So as Dr. Greco referenced, we received some additional funds. You were presented an Lcap in June from MCAA, and since then we were given additional funds. So really, tonight is for us to tell you how we have weaved our extra funds into our Lcap. And those extra funds, really with our budget overview for parents, which is really a document designed for transparency so parents can really follow the funding for the school. You can see in each category our total local control funding formula dollars are up, and each of the categoricals are up slightly. And what that translates to is about $300,000 for the Marysville Charter Academy. And I have some specific numbers here for you, but you can see in various categories some jumps in funding, which is a total of just about $300,000 in addition to the Lcap that we already presented to you. I've organized tonight's presentation for you around our 3 Lcap goals. And the Lcap goals for the Charter Academy. The first is really talking about academic achievement, making sure our classrooms have the equipment and support systems necessary to meet learning needs for all of our students and, of course, for our targeted populations. So some of the expenditures for Lcap Goal 1, and on screen you'll see things that are specific to the Lcap. We have things like after-school tutoring to kind of help students catch up from learning loss from the result of distance learning. Classroom supplies for students and teachers to use, supplemental materials, things like scientific and graphing calculators, and some other equipment for the classroom. But these additional funds have also given us a chance to help students with credit recovery, which is an opportunity for students who have not passed classes to make up those credits so they stay on track. It's provided funding for additional para-educators, which are very essential in the classroom, and for programs like iLit, for instance, which is used for our English learners. Some of the metrics that we identified in the Lcap for Goal 1 have to do, of course, with state testing and some other items. Looking at the CASP Ela Scores, over the last 2 years that we've taken it, the ELA met or exceeded standard has maintained at 63%. Our science scores have really maintained right around 43%. We've been able to maintain technology. Materials, we're on track to expand everything that we budgeted. One area of concern for us is the CASP math scores, and we definitely see that distance learning had a dramatic impact on that in mathematics in particular. The school has a focus on data and some support systems that these funds have helped with. I sat in a data meeting today where we talked about students by need, by class, so we were able to provide some wraparound supports and some academic interventions. It's very impressive. This moves us to Lcap Goal 2, and being an arts school, of course, we want to continue to support the visual and performing arts. We really believe that this engages students and expands their artistic, academic opportunities and career-related skills in the arts. Some of these expenditures, gives us some more FTEs, more teachers, to allow us to have some flexibility, of course, for interventions, but also for additional arts opportunities. It helps fund our orchestra and our dance program, providing some materials for our music program, our theater program, both tech materials and props for our productions, and some computer equipment for our visual arts programs. And the metrics that were identified in the Lcap really have to do with showing that students are engaged in school. And so right now, this past year, there are no suspensions, no expulsions, no high school dropouts. We've been able to increase funding for the arts by 5%. And the last metric, students that had an F in a class, before it was 24% of the student population, and now it's just over 10%. And that's a really wonderful metric. We, of course, would like to see that continue to improve. But that's kind of a metric that tells you things are working there. Our last LCAP goal is really about social emotional learning and supporting students kind of with their health and well-being and some of those wraparound services that I mentioned a few moments ago. The kind of major expense when it comes to LCAP is going to be our counselor, which I'm delighted to have a full-time counselor at the school. I've been able to meet with her. She has an incredible handle on social emotional learning. Part of those additional funds is funding outreach consultants, and if you're not familiar with those positions, they are incredible. They have, I mean, just in that data meeting, I've got to hear about some of the interventions that they've helped orchestrate, the outreach to parents, working directly with teachers, working directly with students to get wraparound services, both academically, social emotionally, and then also you know, for students of high need, getting external services, maybe behavioral health and that sort of thing. It's some really incredible positions, and I know that together they've really partnered to take social emotional learning on our campus, you know, in a really positive direction. The metrics identified in the Lcap are things that haven't been administered. You know, our California Healthy Kids survey hasn't happened yet, but the metrics that we do have really are those individual sessions where we have data related to individual students as a whole, and those are definitely positive indicators. Our PD records, we of course are in progress. We have a PD day coming up here in the next couple of weeks, and we're on track to expend all of those. We have some documents with some specifics, so I referenced that URL, and so if people at home want to click on these, you can do so. And you can find them here in the presentation and also on our website, charter.mjusd.com. All these documents are available. You can learn more about our LCAP plans. That's all available online.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the board?
I would just like to welcome you again, Mr. Lohman, and looking forward to great things. And first day on the job, you get to come to a presentation, huh?
I'm honored.
Look at all those strides you've already completed.
It's an amazing school with an amazing team. So thank you, Mr. Rasmussen.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Okay. Next, we have approval of reopen Marysville adult education starting in the year 2022-2023. The purpose of the agenda item is to request the board to approve the reopening of the Marysville adult education.
Good evening. We're very excited to have the opportunity to open up Marysville adult education again. You'll notice in the agenda that Marysville adult education closed in 2012. That closure left a small hole in our community with the programs that were offered at the time. But we're ready and excited to move forward with this opportunity. In order for us to open Marysville Charter Academy, the first thing we have to do is apply for a CDS code, which is our county ID number for our school. And before we could apply, the first order of business is that the board needs to approve the opening of Marysville Charter Academy. So once we have the approval in the minutes, then I could apply to re-engage that CDS code that we once had from back in 2012. And we also have Bob Eckert here, who could also help answer questions about what we're doing and what the vision of Marysville Marysville Adult School is going to be. Thank you.
Any questions for Bob? Well, I would just like to say, I'm so pleased that we have somebody of your experience taking this on. And you've done such a great job at Lyndhurst at getting all of those programs going there. And I think this is just going to be a great opportunity for the district, especially with your leadership. So thank you.
I appreciate that. I agree. I think this is going to be a wonderful opportunity for the adult students here in Yuba County. Obviously, we're going to start small and grow big with our partnerships within Yuba County, helping to support what they're already doing over at Yuba County Office of Education, as well as within the Yuba Consortium. So this is going to be fun, and so I look forward to updating you as this journey progresses.
Are there any other questions for Bob? Thank you very much. Do I hear a motion? Motion to approve by Doug Criddle. Is there a second? Second. Second by Gary Criddle. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Passes 7-0. Thank you very much. Now we have personnel services. Approve the new job description, oral health coordinator. The purpose of the agenda item is to request the board approve the job description for the oral health coordinator. Do we have any information on this?
Yeah, so as we've been going through and looking at some of our job descriptions, we have our oral health technician or coordinator here. So looking at the classification of what she does work-wise and what the job description was, it didn't seem correct. So we had some conversations working together with OE3 and the union. We came up with a job description that we felt actually met what she was doing. So this is a very specific position, and I'm going to let Rhonda Bowers go ahead and just explain a little bit if you want to.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Rhonda Bowers. I hope you guys could keep a secret. I don't know if you know, but Marysville Joint Unified School District has an awesome dental office, the Happy Tooth Mobile. I feel like we're the best kept secret, but the Happy Tooth Mobile has been in operation since 2006 with Marysville Joint Unified School District. Originally started with a grant from the First Five. I started the job as the coordinator for the district's dental program, and part of that is managing the Happy Tooth Mobile. In 2010, I started. It's full-service dentistry, full-service dental office. Some people think that it's just screening or something like that, but it's full-service dental office. We do everything from all the preventive things, cleanings, fluoride, sealants, and that stuff, to fillings, root canals, extractions, space maintainers, everything. And we do all of this on the school campus when I take kids out of class and they are getting their dental work taken care of. All Yuba County children are eligible for the Happy Tooth Mobile, but pretty much if they're in Yuba County, they're an MJUSD student, or they will be, or they have been. Peachtree Health is our community partner. They provide the dentist, 2 RDAs, registered dental assistants, and a patient coordinator. That would be the receptionist, the person who answers the phone and schedules the appointments and stuff. I do all the coordinating for the program. Another community partner is First Five. I bring lots of grant money in to support everything I do. Our staff, we have a very low turnover. Our staff is very dedicated. Our dentist has been with us since 2015. We go to 6 schools in the district. We go to Cedar Lane, Linda, Olivehurst, Covalad, Kynoch, and Johnson Park. With grant money, I was able to, several years ago, get hookups, like an RV hookup, installed at those school sites. We used to run off of a generator before that, and that cost a lot of money for maintenance. So we've, through that grant money, and by getting a plug, I have reduced our maintenance costs to almost nothing, really, compared to what they used to be. And the maintenance costs I get grant money for from First Five, so any maintenance costs we do have get paid for by First Five. When we're at a school, I get kids out of class for their dental appointments. Obviously, I do a lot of marketing before I get to a school, a lot of flyers and everything, so that by the time I get there, the parents have turned in their consent forms, their dental packets, and all of that. We have many kids that, you know, have been patients of ours for years and years. Some of them have even brought back their own babies to be, you know, their own children. So that's pretty exciting. We serve an average of 1,000 kids per year. During COVID, that number went down because school wasn't in, and 80% of the children we see only get seen when we are at their school and I get them out of class. 68% of the families that come to the Toothmobile, there's a question on my application that asks, would your child have received dental services if not for the Happy Toothmobile? 68% of the families who answer that question say no, they would not have received service. The fact that only 80% come to the Toothmobile if we're not at their school says a lot too. Kids can be in pain. We're available. So when we're not at the host school, families make appointments like a regular dental office. We stay at a school for about 6 to 8 weeks. The Toothmobile is open all year. It's open during summer vacation, spring break, etc., other than major holidays, or if the dentist or somebody's on vacation, but they try to time their vacations for a school vacation. While the Toothmobile only goes to 6 schools, I actually provide oral health education. I try to go to every kindergarten and preschool class in our district. I also go to any age that the teachers invite me, but I purposely reach out and go to preschool and kindergarten, partly for the early intervention, and partly because I'm obligated to for my grant money from the First Five. So they provide that grant as long as my obligation is to try to keep at least 20% of the kids that we see ages 0 to 5. No problem, real easy. When I go to the schools, I provide oral health kits for all of the children that I do presentations for. Plus, I provide toothbrushes and oral health supplies, floss, and everything at all of the schools. I put them in all of the school offices, all of the school nurses. I try to keep them there. I also do assemblies for older grades, and I visit the older grades classes when the teachers invite me. Everything I buy for the kids, every toothbrush, every toothpaste, all of the oral health kits, rewards. I have no cavity incentives and rewards, as well as marketing. All of that stuff is 100% paid for by grant money. So I'm really proud of the program. With our recent grant cycle that just started in this school year, the 22, my 3-year grant, I was able to get grant funding for a portable dental station that we've put together and we're very excited about, because one of the things that's been lacking the whole time is service to our Foothill schools. Because the Toothmobile, has anyone seen the Toothmobile? Have you guys seen it? It's very big. People think it's like a van or something, but it's a big giant RV. So it has to be set up, it has to have a plug. It's not practical for it to go up to the foothills. That's too far for our drivers, our maintenance department, our transportation department. They're the ones that drive it and set it up for me. So, to meet the need of the Foothill schools, we got this grant money to put together a portable like a little, we're taking the people, and we have a dental chair and a handheld x-ray and all this, and we're happy that on the week of March 9th, will be our first visit to the Foothill schools. We'll be going to Loma Rica, and we'll stay for a few days. Again, all of the consents and stuff are being filled out ahead of time so that when we get to the school, then we'll be able to see some kids there, and we'll be able to do the preventative stuff, exams and cleanings, as well as sort of triage. If there's kids in pain, we can do certain procedures to address anyone in pain with the hope of then getting those kids for any additional treatment down to the tooth mobile.
So I think, as you can hear, this is a unique job description, and it was kind of classed in one of our general categories. This brings it to really what it is as a job. This is one that is grant funded, and Medi-Cal billed is where the money comes from. So there's no impact to the general fund dollars that you would be looking at. And this would be a creation of this job description specific for this position.
Any questions from the board? If not, do I hear a motion?
Actually, Trustee Davis, I would just like to say thank you again. What a great service that we're getting to do for our students, to provide better health care, dental health care, to help provide their better education, you know, in the classroom. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Motion approved by Frank Crawford. Is a second.
Second.
Second by Ms. Hasty. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Passes 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have business services. Adopt Resolution 2021-22/16, National School Breakfast Week. Purpose of the agenda item is to request the board adopt the resolution proclaiming March 7th through 11th, 2022 as National School Breakfast Week.
Hi again. This is our annual recognition to celebrate National School Breakfast Week. As you know, we do provide school breakfast for all students for free, and we have been doing that for some time. So we'd like to join the School Nutrition Association in recognizing this week and really put a declaration out.
Any questions? If not, do I hear a motion? Motion approved by Frank Crawford, second. Second by Ms. Hasty. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Passes 7-0. Now we have number 2, adopt resolution 2021-22/17, modular buildings piggyback. Purpose of the agenda item is to adopt a resolution to purchase various modular buildings with approved options as needed through another public agency.
Good evening. So this is a piggyback that we've done before. This is actually for a different vendor. We typically have done through AMS, this one through Enviroplex. The reason why we're looking for this one as well, because it just gives us different options for when we start to search for different modular buildings. And just kind of a reminder of what we use a piggyback for, it does 2 things for the district. One is speed to actually get a classroom or a building in place, and the other one is cost. We can actually assume the contracts that have already put in place. Public contract code allows us to do so, and we don't have to go get any architects and put things together for things that are kind of generic buildings. So this serves us well if we decide to go this route, but this basically just puts another tool in our arsenal when it's time for us to go and make a purchase.
I guess the question I have is, do we have any idea of how much we would use this contract?
So currently, I think we're eyeing something for Ncaa due to the kind of the us getting out of the community center across the street. So this is kind of like the first thing we're looking at. But when those do come up, they will be brought up by facilities, and they will present this and show you what they want to do. And then this will be like the step to get rid of the kind of procurement phase, because this is already done.
Any other questions from the board? If If not, do I hear a motion? Motion approved by Frank Crawford, second. Second by Doug Criddle. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Passes 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have item 3, adopt resolution 2021/22/18 to establish a general fund scholarship fund 03.
Good evening. So currently our scholarships are in our Fund 73, which has been deemed by GASB 84 that it needs to be moved to our general fund. So we'd like to establish a general fund 3 for scholarships to keep our accounting of our scholarships clean and clear. And then it'll roll into our general fund for our state reporting documents.
Do we have, what kind of money are we talking about?
Well, we have over $1 million. I don't know the exact dollar amount, and we have several scholarships. They're from places, school sites like Marysville High from their ASB, also Ncaa, and we have another family that has donated that for the district-wide scholarship. And they're all served by a scholarship committee and that have bylaws and processes they follow.
So are each one of those kept separate?
Yes, they are.
In the accounting?
Yes, they are.
Are there any other questions? Do I hear a motion? Motion approved by Frank Crawford, second.
Second.
Second by Ms. Hasty. All those in favor say aye. Opposed? Passes 7-0. Thank you very much. Now we have the public comment section. Public comments are limited to 3 minutes, and it's 20 minutes per topic or subject. We only have 2 comment cards. I have one from Susan Allen.
So, members of the school board, thank you for letting me speak this evening. I wanted to speak about the question of the equity policy. Excuse me. So, one of the arguments that's been expressed against the original equity policy that came to you is that from the California School Board Association was that the resources for overachievers would be diverted to underachievers. I think a simple perusal of the document will show that this is a sheer fabrication and how everyone will benefit. It was argued that we all somehow come from a level playing field and that some people have worked very hard, have done well by their children, and if others haven't gotten to that same place, it's their own fault and they shouldn't be helped. First, I think we might want to have a tad bit of humility that any one of you could lose your job, you could be struck down by injury, and just like that, you could lose your house, and instantly your super overachieving child could turn into a traumatized underachiever that desperately needs extra help. And that aside, let's just look at the numbers. Statistics show that Marysville's student population is overall academically underachieving population. Large numbers of underachieving students is nothing less than a catastrophe financially to a city. Such students drop out of school at a young age, and not finding suitable work can easily turn to crime. Addressing crime in a city is expensive. Students dropping out of school instead of being in school results in less funding. Underachieving students are poor as they become adults, and instead of purchasing high-end homes to be built, they purchase lowest-end homes, decreasing the property values of the entire city. Lower property values mean less money for school districts. Studies show that underachieving children suffer lack of confidence, which dramatically affects their mental health. Mental health problems of children often result in homelessness as they become adults. Addressing both mental health problems and homelessness is expensive to a city. What I would like to say here is that we're all connected. Just as in the human body, if one part is afflicted, even a crushed fingernail the entire body suffers. So I think let's think first of the well-being of our children, and I'm asking that the school board bring back the original equity policy adopted by the vast majority of school districts in the state. And I would like to say that an equity policy that's offered instead of the one that was given, in which all mention of equity is taken out.
I'm sorry. Thank you. Next, we have Alicia.
High school board members. My name is Alicia Rico, and I want to share with you what my husband Gary and I, our grave concerns about the struggle this Board of Education has with accepting the equity policy originally adopted in November 2021. I moved to Marysville in 1981, purchasing a home in East Marysville with my husband where we currently reside. Both our children attended Kynoch, McKinney, and Marysville High, graduating in 04 and 07. My husband Gary is also a graduate of MHS 1972. As active parents and community members, both my husband and I were as involved in our children's school activity as anyone could be. PTA, site council, softball, volleyball, swimming, and community activities, Little League and soccer. Also very involved in our neighborhood church, Marysville First Presbyterian. I worked as a paraeducator with the preschool and a preschool teacher with Mjusd for about 3 to 4 years in the late 90s. I also worked with Yuba County Office of Education as the Early Start Family Resource Center program facilitator the last 14 years of my career, retiring in 2018. My husband and I strive to give our children, the children in our neighborhood, and the children we met through our varied activities, the respect and understanding essential as we coexist with other people. A strong sense of the need of equity was a given with us from way back. And as we progressed and became more enlightened in our thinking, we could see the benefits of this kind of thinking as it related to our community. The community all our children would inherit. We never imagined we would be having this conversation, especially at this level, our school board. How could our school board go backwards in its thinking? How is this possible? I continue to learn there are deep conversations that really need to take place in our community about race, inclusion, and diversity. With that said, if our school board dilutes or rather downright denies what they previously adopted, we, Marysville, Yuba County, will shamefully be distinguished as one of the most backwards and racist school districts in California. It is my hope we can come together as families living in Marysville and have ongoing conversations about what is really going on here. I hope this board will listen to reason and not set back our progress in creating an equitable society. We can begin this valuable process by adopting the original equity policy 90% of the school districts in California have already adopted. Evil thrives where good people do nothing. Thank you for your time. Oh, and let's give our teachers a raise. Thank you.
That concludes our meeting. Meeting adjourned.
Respect this board, or I will ask them to leave. So you will be acknowledged by how much time you have left, and when that's done, you're done. So we want to hear your comments, but we got to keep them going. Jasmine?
So I'll read the script. Items not appearing on the agenda. Notice the public. The Brown Act, specifically Government Code Section 54954.2, provides that no action or discussion shall be taken on any item unless it is adequately described in a timely posted agenda. Accordingly, though the public may comment on matters within the board's jurisdiction that do not appear on the agenda, the board cannot respond to such comments without running the risk of deliberating or initiating discussion on topics not properly before the board. Given the prohibition set forth in the Brown Act and the risk associated with responding to public comments, the board does not respond to comment to the community's questions or comments. The board will respect the rights of the public to express their viewpoints on matters within the board's jurisdiction. However, comments that are defamatory or that violate the privacy rights of any students or individuals may not be protected by law. The board shall not permit any disturbance or willful interruption of board meetings.
When I call your name, if you would step to the podium, tell us your name and then begin. John Gomez.
It's over here. So many people you can't see it.
Yeah, no, I know. Thanks for letting us speak. Yeah. Bear with me, this is not my forte or something that I even enjoy doing, working all day. Sorry, give me a minute, if you can, just like 1 second. On February 28th, you have said that the guidelines for K through 12 will be renegotiated. I still wish to address mask mandates. There is no evidence stating that children are at risk. Masks in the medical field have specific uses, but masks are not for healthy children. The teachers, principals, and you have stated that children do not mind being masked. Why can't you just go with the flow? My response to this is it is too much to ask my healthy child to be masked all day, every day, just to provide you with a false sense of security. Trust has been lost. Instead of standing up for what is factual and right, you have allowed the state to override your conscience and your discernment with large amounts of cash flow. I would like to remind you that for a long, long time, when influenza has been affecting our children, actually killing them by the hundreds every single year in the United States, you guys demanded that our children go back to school. You guys wanted proof that our children were sick. That sucks. I used to have to bring my kids into the school to show you that they were sick, and now you demand that they stay home when they are well. That tells me what this is about. It's about money, and that makes me sad. Children are suffering educationally. It has been proven time and again that masks impede language development and the process of children learning how to read. The children do not see the teacher's mouth, vice versa. The children's face are masks. You do not know if they comprehend what you are saying. That makes me sad and concerned that nothing on your agenda is about that or improving that. Very sad. We have made you aware of harassment in schools. I want to make sure that we hold you guys accountable for that right now. I want to make sure this is being recorded. I want to make sure that you guys have been told by a student that she is being harassed. Many kids are sitting out in the cold while they're waiting for their parents to come and pick them up. That is a proven fact. Happened today. They can discuss that. I also, I sent you guys, sorry, once again, nerve-wracking. You guys all have kids. I sent each and every one of you guys, all the board members, I sent you guys a letter, a resolution that Roseville had made for the option to be masked. I sent each and every one of you guys that, and I know that other parents did also. Did you guys receive that? And did you guys write your own resolution so that we had an option as parents, the people that actually pump them out of their freaking, their junk, or the fathers that adopted them, did you guys?
Ms. Gomez, I'm going to ask you to sum it up because you're out of
I
time.
did sum it up. Okay, thank you for letting me go longer then. I appreciate that. Did you guys get it? Did you guys get that?
I got your email.
You got the email? Oh, you're married.
That's cool. Right there.
That's cool. I know you. Okay.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you guys for listening. I really do appreciate it, each and every one of you, actually.
Is Madeline Gomez here?
That's Madison. Sorry if I wrote it too quick. Like writing from
Madison? You have 3 minutes, Madison.
Yep, sorry.
Hello, thank you for letting me speak tonight. My name is Madison Gomez, and I would like to let you know that us kids are going to stand up for our rights and breathe and go unmasked inside and outside. We peacefully decline being masked. Other kids will join and we will rise up. I will be the voice for other students, and I will be the voice for my 2nd grade brother Tyler. Thank you.
Thank you. Becky Mendoza. Thanks.
No clock next, so I can't see how far I have gone. Okay. Hello, everyone. Becky Mendoza. I'm back again. I want to start off by saying that I don't even have a child in Mjusd School District right now. I pulled him out because of emails like the one that we got last night regarding the mandate that you guys are obligated to follow. So today I did a little bit of research, and I looked it up, and the word that they use is called guidance. The word guidance means advice or information. It doesn't mean a law, so this is not a law. CDPH says that masking is required for K through 12, and their explanation for that is a link. When you click the link, it goes to the CDC website, which recommends masking for K through 12. So it's all very contradictory, and none of it has any backbone. It doesn't say, if you don't do it, then this, right? So there's all these other school districts in Northern California that are choosing to give masking as a choice. If you want to send your kid to school with a mask on, great. If you don't have to. Nothing bad's going to happen. You're not going to be revoked your right of in-person education by having to sit in the office or sit outside in the cold until your mom or dad picks you up. So my concern is that this kind of viewpoint on this guidance/advice from the CDPH is going to turn into guidance or advice on shots for our children that are proven to cause more harm than good. So again, that should be every parent's choice. So I urge this board to follow what other districts in Northern California are doing and stand up to this before it's too late, rather than, I'll make a comment about one of the agenda items, which is a change in your policy that sneaks in some verbiage saying that basically you're going to do whatever CDPH says, based on a new law, which was passed, a year ago, and the new policy that's trying to be passed has September 2021 as the date on it. So I'm a little confused about that. I am proudly a deputy ag commissioner for the county of Sutter. So part of my job is enforcement. So I look at mandates, I look at laws and regs, and I feel like I understand those pretty well, and I can carry that over into this kind of thing. I'm not saying I know all of it, but some things aren't adding up. So just something to think about. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Melissa Laney.
Okay, good evening. My name's Melissa Laney, and my son is a 6th grader at Twin Rivers Charter School. Here we are, 2 years after the 2 weeks to slow the spread. I've talked about the efficacy of masks with you all, so now I'm going to go cover the efficacy of the at-home COVID tests. My son was sent home over the Christmas break with one of these at-home COVID tests, and I want to share with you my extensive research that I've done. Let's start with the swabs. The swabs are sterilized with ethylene oxide gas. According to the CDC, ethylene oxide is a known carcinogen. Since there has not been research done on long-term use of the swabs, we can now assume that people have been placing potentially cancerous substance up their nasal canal by their brain. Teachers and students have been asked to administer this test on a weekly and sometimes daily basis. So the question is, what will the long-term effects of this be? As you know, this test kit that I just threw is under EUA, the Emergency Use Authorization. What does that mean? Thank you very much. It means that they have not been tested for safety. It also means that you will not be able to sue these companies down the road when we actually start figuring out what those side effects and the consequences may be. Next, let's talk about this little guy. This is the reagent solution that the swab goes into. The solution contains sodium azide, which according to the CDC is a potentially deadly chemical. Those are their words, not mine. So what happens when a curious child opens this test kit and before handing it over to their parents? What if this liquid were to come into contact with their skin? Or worse yet, what if they were to drink it? It would be tragic. Last but not least, these tests were not designed to detect a virus such as COVID. These tests are not able to tell you when you test positive and what variant you have. It's merely designed to measure live or dead viruses in your body. And since scientists have yet to isolate the COVID-19 virus, they used the coronavirus to calibrate the tests. The coronavirus is the common cold. The tests also pick up viruses like influenza, strep throat, you get the idea. These tests give false positives. Because the tests are so unreliable, the CDC recalled them on December 31st of 2021. In my opinion, forcing teachers and students in schools to continue the use of these test kits is irresponsible and could cause harm to them down the road. Schools are not hospitals. They should not be passing out or administering medical tests.
Ms. Blaney, thank you for
Thank
your
you very
comments.
much.
Thank you. That concludes the comments from those individuals who want to be heard on the subject of masks. Next items are the consent agenda. Is there any item that any member wishes taken separate, Jasmine?
12C.
12C. Cindy, are you there? Cindy Stormont? We'll move on, and if she wants to come back, then we will.
Give me just a moment. I believe she is here.
Sorry, that's why I'm asking.
Can you hear me?
Cindy, did you want to speak to something that's already on the agenda? You didn't say what you wanted to speak about. Is it
No,
the
actually I did. The topic I'm speaking about is exactly what I wrote down, but yes, it's not on the agenda. So if this is the time, that would be great.
This is the time. Please proceed.
Thank you. Good evening, board members. I'm speaking tonight because I have noticed in meetings of late that there's some concerning things that seem to be happening, and I feel like maybe this board just needs to be advised or maybe needs to look up some information themselves. But I've heard a number of things that are said with regard to public comments and people who are speaking, and I want to put on the record that I think it's important that we all be polite and respectful, and I think that's exactly how we should all carry ourselves, especially speaking to the board. But I want to let the board know that this issue with regard to showing respect or being polite has already been addressed, and it's been addressed by the Supreme Court, and it is, been case law that has been decided. So I'm just going to read you an example here. Hopefully I will have enough time. It's in regard to the First Amendment rights of the citizens of the United States. And one case in particular, although there's a lot of them, 1964, New York Times v. Sullivan. The constitutional case law is decided as a result of this case. And this was from the United States Supreme Court. The justices wrote in their determination, in their conclusion, this nation is founded on the, quote, profound national commitment to the principle that debate on public issues shall be uninhibited, robust, and wide open, and that it may well include vehement, caustic, and sometimes unpleasantly sharp attacks on government and public officials, end quote. This is about freedom of speech, everyone's unalienable right, God-given right to the freedom of speech. And I listened to the Brown Act statement that's read before public comment, and that makes it so that, that you guys cannot respond, and comments that are defamatory or violate privacy may not be, quote, may not be protected by law. However, that would be not up to this board to determine. It does not allow the board the right to stop people from saying it. And again, I would really hope that everyone would be respectful and polite and whatnot. But I want you guys to just understand that it has been already run through the courts all the way to the Supreme Court, and it is law of the land that that's not the case. People don't have to be polite. And I just wanted to give you guys a heads up on that. I believe that's all I have to say. There is lots of case law on it. However, I just gave example of one. Thank you.
We have a school website email from Danielle at Pertains. Hello there, I'm asking that my statement be read out loud in tonight's meeting. This is the first time I'm writing the board. I'm the mother of a beautiful 12-year-old girl who attends River Bend. This is her first year in middle school, and she has been wearing a mask since 4th grade. I'm deeply saddened by what this mask mandate has done to my daughter's confidence and self-image in the most important and impressive years of her adolescence. She goes to school fearful of how others will view her without a mask on, to the point where she won't even eat at school because she doesn't want her mask down and have her peers make fun of the real her. Her doctor has recommended counseling services for this issue. The district says this is for our children's health, but they are neglecting our children's mental health. People are free to go to restaurants and stores mask-free, but God forbid our kids the choice in the matter. I urge you to consider the mask policy as optional and left up to each parent as to what is best for their child. Okay, so now we have the consent agenda. We have one item that has been pulled by a board member to be taken separately. May I have a motion on all items except 12C?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the consent agenda item 12A, B, D, and E as presented.
May I have a second?
I'll second.
We have a motion by Mr. Takar and a second by Ms. Pretty to accept the consent agenda. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Sorry, I was thinking of this and I was thinking it was all in one, but no, I'm good.
Nico, is he gone?
I'm here. I said aye.
Okay, thank you. 12C, please, Ms. Donnie.
Oh, I would like to recuse myself.
Okay. May I have a motion on 12C?
I'd like to make a motion to approve 12C as presented.
We have a motion to approve 12C. Is there a second?
I'll second.
We have a second by Ms. Bedecker Bowley. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. The next item is proposed options to increase access to school grounds. I understand that there is, what's the pleasure of the board? We have several people that wish to speak.
I think we should do the presentation first and then have the speaker speak.
What's the pleasure of the board? Sounds like a good idea. And we have and the reason those who wish to speak is because you may or may not have questions once the presentation is done. And we respect that your right to be heard, and we shall do that. Please give me the presentation, please.
So there's not a presentation, there's a report that was in the board packet. And so essentially there's two options that were proposed here. One is opening up 4 additional sites, including the 2 high schools, Gray Avenue and Tijuana, and the other option is essentially opening up most of the other sites. So it's really up to the board to discuss.
I have a question on the fee. You don't denote what happens for like pickup fees, just like say pickup games and stuff.
So what I consider open access is really that, people could go to the fields or the playgrounds and use them.
Okay.
With no fee attached.
Right, yeah, exactly. So we essentially have, our school use, right? And then the next tier is really our board policy, which is under the Civic Center Act, is facility use for nonprofit organizations and other organizations. So that's pretty much the reservation process. And really the third option is really kind of that open access for pickup games and
Okay, sir, there are 2 options or 3?
2. There's 2 options in regards to opening up the facilities for open access.
So for transparency, can they see this?
Yeah, so it's on the board. It's on
Well,
the
that's
board.
right, it's attached to the agenda, so when they look that up, it's there. Sorry.
Yes.
I have a couple of questions. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Jasmine.
No, I thought.
I do.
Marjorie, did I cut you off?
Gender. Okay, you're disrupting my meeting.
Thank you.
I have
a couple of questions.
Okay, Sarge, do you have questions as well?
I'm good on right now.
Okay, Jasmine.
So I have a couple of questions. One of them has to do with the sanitation costs. To disinfect the turf, I'm assuming that's for River Valley. Can somebody explain or let me know? Oh, okay. Could you tell me how often those fields are disinfected on a regular basis?
Yeah, we do it based on sports cycles. So after football games, after soccer games, so when it gets heavy use, we're required to disinfect the fields.
So it's after every game?
It's after major events. And the reason we do that, obviously, people basically spit on it, to do things, people are gonna throw up on it. So we gotta make sure the turf is disinfected. It's not like a natural turf. A lot of natural fields absorb that.
Yeah.
So we are required to disinfect the turf itself.
So
with increased use, we just put in another cycle of disinfectant.
Okay, so the 6,000 is the.
Just add one more cycle per year, per cycle.
So can you define cycle as it pertains to this?
Yeah, because we're increasing the number of actually used, right now it's not being used. So you figure through a 12-month cycle, we're gonna add at least 1 or 2 cycles, or actually events to redo for the disinfection.
So you're saying every time you disinfect, sorry.
Yeah, it's about
Every
$3,000.
time you disinfect is $3,000?
Correct, that's primarily disinfectant that we're purchasing.
But that would occur anyway.
No, because we're increasing it. We only base it, it's not based on time, it's based on usage. So if you increase the usage, you gotta increase your frequency of disinfectant.
So this is an estimate of.
Correct, and that's our costs that are occurring right now.
Can I follow up on that?
Yeah.
Sorry. So theoretically, like, we have sports going on, well, not theoretically, we have sports going on year-round, basically, right? Not all of them using the field, but if we are, I'm just trying to see, like, I want to separate this use as to, like, what are we gonna do anyways, right? So we are, like, after a football game, we're gonna sanitize anyways, right? Would that cycle of disinfection that you're talking about, is that gonna fall during one of those?
Yeah, it could or could not, so that's why I increased one time, because you look at it, if we, right now, we're getting minimal use on Sundays. So we're actually opening it up, we're increasing it 52 times. So that's gonna incur additional disinfecting fees.
So to be clear also, these costs, we went into this with thinking, what's the additional impact to the facilities by doing this, and how can we make sure that they are in good, safe shape for educational, so they don't degrade more by that. So that's what
Degrade more by use?
Use, we get vandalism when they're opened up, so that's a piece to it, those types of things. So we looked at security protocols, maintenance, and custodial as kind of the main areas of increased, ways to make sure that our facilities are,
But right,
Yeah.
sorry, just finishing up on this track. When we have large events on River Valley, City, whatever school site, I mean, we don't have, do we sanitize anyways after a large event? Because if we do, or if we don't, or whatever, I mean, I don't think that cost has ever been pushed back onto the community. That's just a cost that we've incurred,
this is not a cost to the community.
No, I know it's not a cost. I'm just saying,
So the answer is yes, but when we do our facilities use fees, they're based on all the costs that it takes to run the district, and that's where we base our fees on. Our fees that in that facility use Civic Center Act, Board Policy 1330, are not based to make a profit. That's just our cost.
Right.
That's just our direct cost of running it, and we pass those costs on to people that rent our facilities.
Those items that Jasmine's talking about are already in the budget, are they not?
These are not, so I'll restate what I'm talking about. We're increasing the use of facilities, so we are putting in additional costs associated with, to keep our facilities at a high standard for safety for educational purposes. So in this case, on that small piece, but that's a tiny part of the additional cost, the thought was that we would add a little cost, be realistic that we're gonna have to do some additional sanitation, to maintain fields.
So the cost to maintaining the field is not in the budget? Or are you talking about increasing what's already in the budget?
This is increasing
That's all.
cost.
So it's already in the budget, you're just increasing the category, the amount.
Yeah. Yes, you're adding to it.
Correct.
Okay, so it is already in the budget. We're increasing it because we're gonna increase the use as the board votes on. Thank you.
And to me, that makes perfect sense.
I just was curious, I noticed that on here was, improve security by adding cameras. We don't have enough cameras? I mean, by this extra usage, we gotta add cameras. That didn't make sense to me. I'm just
They're
curious.
really not adequate currently. We did get vandalism, just in last weekend, that vandalism that had it wrong. And we did catch students on the cameras, but.
It was on the building itself, wasn't it?
Correct.
It wasn't on the field.
But, correct, the camera, but still, you see passage of people coming and going to the fields. And if we had better coverage where people are entering and exiting buildings, then we can actually get be able to identify people that are actually doing that.
So basically, we need better security anyway, cameras, right?
Yeah.
This is just proving it out.
I think what the board's getting at is we don't want this public to think that all of this is occurring because of the request to use what we told them they could use in the bond. It's stuff that should have been done. There was an arson at either April Lane or King Avenue probably 5-10 years ago. It started in a trash can that was next to the building. I clearly remember that because I was in court with the kids that did it. So security includes use of cameras, whatever it takes to keep our property safe. It's not because of this policy, it's because it was always needed, is that correct?
Yeah, there's a big difference here because primarily it's a lot less supervised. Where if you have somebody come in and register, you know who's accountable, they come and go, the gates are open, and they get locked back up. If you completely have free access to the campus, it does require additional security because it becomes more open access without accountability.
So, and this is the deal, we don't have to put the cameras in, but we're recommending it because we think it will, you know, serve the district in the long run. And yes, we are putting it in because of the open access.
Yeah, and really, to me, these all make sense, right? They're all fine, you're right, we're gonna have more access, we're gonna have more use of it, gonna have more wear and tear, we're gonna maintenance. Really, my thing would be, we're okay with those costs, because we wanna open it up, so we're okay with those costs.
I don't think anybody here is talking against the cost. We're trying to get an understanding of why the increase is necessary. Shelley?
My question is, if you look on both of these, you've estimated a cost of materials and equipment to repair vandalism. How did you arrive at the figure that is there? For option A, or option 1 is $18,200. And for option 2, it's $39,000. And how did you come up with that number?
It's based on the amount, it's based on the number of sites we're opening out. And like I said, even this last weekend, we did have vandalism, it does cost money for paint, it does cost money for supplies. Right now, that is coming directly out of my budget, out of maintenance, so it does have a direct impact.
Okay.
So we have to, it's primarily, just the supplies we need to correct that.
So these are projections. I can't tell you, you know, exactly what the cost is gonna be because this is future events, right? But I do think,
crystal
you know,
ball type thing.
yeah, you know, what we did try to do is put some thought into, we know this is gonna be an increased cost and what, you know, costs aren't bad, it's what you prioritize as a board, right? So to us, it made sense to put some additional resources towards opening up the schools. That's all we're doing. You know, I mean,
I'm curious about the porta potty rentals, because I remember in the discussion talking about that when you have a neighborhood park, you do not have restrooms because it's a neighborhood park. You live around it. These schools, we're talking about opening them up in neighborhoods, so people should live around it. And I know we're having issues with some people using it, but I feel, this is just mine, that if we put porta potties on there, we're gonna have twice as many problems as we do right now.
we just got.
How so? Because everybody in the world's gonna be using them, not just the people that are on that field. They're gonna be using them and hiding in them to use drugs. And you're gonna have those that watch TV that are gonna be dumping them over.
Okay, you know, to me,
that's an extra
the
cost,
thing
it's
is
gonna be
this,
higher.
all of this is subject to personal opinion.
True.
And until it happens, and I'm not saying we've gotta wait until it happens,
Right.
but in the meantime, it's a convenience to the public to be able to have restrooms out there.
Okay.
I mean, but it's up to the full board. Just like the cost for vandalism, I'm not sure where you got that. It's an estimate. It's an estimate. Because if there's been that much vandalism, this board hasn't been told of it.
Yeah, maintenance has spent a lot of time taking care of vandalism. That's
To the
the reality
building.
of it.
To the building.
To what?
The buildings.
Correct. Well, it wasn't grounds. We've had damage to grounds too.
Okay.
Well, you actually have two lines for vandalism, because you explained one as maintenance position to address graffiti and damage. And then the next line, you have cost of materials and equipment to repair vandalism. So one is for materials and equipment, the other one is just for labor. Okay.
Okay, board, I'm gonna table the rest of the conversation for now and hear from members of the public, please. As I call your name, if you'll come up, Waldev Joel.
Well, thank you, Madam President, Board of Trustees. It's my third attendance at these board meetings. I feel like a member of the council once again. You know, as I think I shared with you, I was a CBO for 25 plus years. So one of the tricks you use to dissuade the board from improving something is you come up with numbers and you throw in the kitchen sink. And I think some of the board members have already picked that up, and I'm glad to see, Scott, that tradition has not changed. So, improved security, $35,000. Well, that's security that's going to be improved for every school, every child in the school. It's not particularly related to this use that we're talking about. So we can cross that number out because it's other uses as well. Improve security by adding one additional patrol service. We heard at the last meeting that the patrol services aren't doing the job that they're supposed to be doing. They're not unlocking schools that were open and hence not closing them. So I'm suggesting that we should get security to do the job that school district is paying for them. And I don't think additional services is gonna cost $84,000. If they are not doing the job that they're doing now, we should use them to do that job. Add one full-time custodian. Now, this is my CBO experience. Additional, this is the narrative. Additional custodial time will be needed at each school site to inspect and clean the site before students arrive. That should be happening regardless. Whether it's a public use or a football game on Friday night, that should be done regardless. So again, you can put a check mark on that and say, really? Add 50% time maintenance position to address graffiti and damage. Well, I think it's Mark, is that your name?
That's correct.
Well, Mark, you just told us, maintenance does that now. So this notion of adding is again, that kitchen sink scenario. Let's throw the number in there, because maintenance is addressing those issues now, even on schools that are closed. I don't know if you picked up on Mark's description. It was a student at April Lane. Again, we're not talking members of the public using it over the weekend. It was a student causing the vandalism. So again, you can put a question mark on that one too. Cost of materials and equipment to repair vandalism. That's an ongoing cost. And I think some of the board members asked, where did you get that number from? And Mark said it was an estimate, a best guess. Well, every year you have vandalism as a cost. So there should be some historical cost basis. In 2021, vandalism cost us X dollars. So that would be a basis for coming up with $18,200.
Would the question be how much of our insurance covers that?
Actually, it won't, because you have a high deductible. Scott spoke to that. But it's a cost of doing business. And again, to put in there $18,200, not based on historical cost basis, it's just throwing a number in there, And somebody else picked up, you're duplicating the numbers, the cost of materials and the maintenance. Additional cost to level, break, and disinfect the turf fields. Now, one of the questions that I know Jasmine was trying to ask, Mark, how many times a year do you disinfect the turf field at River Valley High School? How many times a year?
There's a comment section.
What's that?
There's a comment section, it's not a question and answer.
Oh, actually, my apologies for that. I thought this was the Q&A.
I'd like to know how many times a year.
Because let me tell you, on my experience, and as a former CEO.
Okay, quiet, please.
So every time we have a major event.
No, how many times, last year, how many times did we
I have to
disinfect?
go look for a record.
Yeah, so based on my experience, you typically do it twice.
You have
Because,
to do more than twice.
what's that?
You have to do more.
Mom, I asked you a specific question, you said you're gonna have to look that up. So again, my point, board, is there gonna be a... Hang on, guys.
Okay, wait a minute. You cannot yell out in my boardroom. I'm telling you. Mr. Joel, you have 1 minute left.
Okay,
One
thank you,
second.
thank you, let me wrap it up. In other words, is there gonna be some additional cost? Yes. Is it gonna be $250,000 or $252,000 as suggested by Scott in his report? No. That's the old kitchen sink being thrown into the dissuade board. Let me repeat something I shared with the board last time. This school district tried 3 times to pass a bond, and 3 times it failed. And the reason it passed on the last time was because we changed the message. I'll give you an example. We went to the Republican Women's meeting. And before I even started on my presentation, Pam went up, she said, Mr. Joe, my kids have already gone through school, why should I pay more taxes? Now, why is that important? It's important because school district gets about 55 to 60% yes vote on any school bond. But that's not enough to pass it. You need 66 2/3%. So it's the other folks that typically go out, the elder voters, who typically vote no.
Sum it up, please.
Sum it up, yeah. So I told her, I said, listen, if we don't build another high school, if we don't open up these facilities, those kids are gonna find something to do. And that something to do is gonna be more business for Yuba City PD. It's gonna be affecting your business, your home, because they're gonna be bored kids with nothing to do. So that's why, in addition to building the school, we're gonna open up these facilities. And again, I'd like to remind the board that that was part and parcel of our promise to the community when they passed the bond 82.1% to build facilities.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to thank actually you guys for actually preparing this. This is exactly what we asked for, right? We asked them for options and costs involved, right? And yes, these are estimates, right? You're not saying these are total costs, these are estimates, and this is exactly what we wanted. Really, we're okay with these costs, or at least I am.
Okay.
So really, we're not debating what the
I
costs
need
are.
to let the rest of them
All right,
speak.
go for it.
Nar?
Not here.
Nar here? I'm getting better.
You wanna give me the list? I'll go through?
Well, I just have a question for him. How do you disinfect that field?
We actually use an operative disinfectant. You have to roll it out there. It takes about 55 gallons of disinfectant to go through the field. It's a large field. That's the majority of the cost is the disinfectant itself.
Well, I'm in the water well drilling business. We disinfect a lot of wells. A lot of.
Yeah,
lot
this
of
is
work.
actually a turf field.
I know it's different. So a gallon of Clorox, 2 gallons of Clorox would cost us $6,000.
We don't use Clorox on school fields. So this is a product we use that actually is a disinfectant. And you look at the size of a field, you got a substantial amount of area you got.
Well, okay, this is a public comment section. I've been advised that we're scrutinizing
Okay.
the
Well,
employees.
just remember that how the public came out and basically said that they would basically go ahead and pass the bond. And I think none of you guys basically read that. What you guys should do is should take the time, read that, and then come back and make a decision on this.
We're gonna make a decision tonight, we understand.
I hope so. Thank you.
Can she please read the comments that are on the agenda letter to me? Yes, I'm sorry, we got the other one, but we forgot to get this.
Item posted on the agenda, notice to public. Under the Brown Act, the board shall entertain comments on any item appearing on the posted agenda. As the board discusses agenda items, audience participation is permitted. Generally, the president will ask the board members where their remarks before recognizing requests to speak from the audience. At the president's discretion, agenda items may be considered in other than numerical order. The board will respect the rights of the public to express their viewpoints on matters within the board's jurisdiction. However, comments that are defamatory or that violate the privacy rights of any students or individuals may not be protected by law. The board shall not permit any disturbance or willful interruption of board meetings.
Okay. The board has addressed this issue with me. When you come to the podium, your position is not to question our employees. They gave the presentation, let's hear your comments. We are going to vote tonight. So please, would you give me that respect for the board and the employees? Thank you. Armand? Armand, yes.
Well, good evening. I don't have much to say. I think Mr. Joel captured all the main points. Can I ask a question to the board? Is that permitted?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Well, I think, first of all, thank you for listening to our demands, our requests. Thank you for taking the time to present some options, taking the time to come up with some numbers as proposals. I think it's subject to personal opinion what the numbers mean to us, how accurate they might be based on historical data, but seems like some board members agree with them to be able to absorb them anyways. My question is, those ESSER funds, the other funds like that we mentioned earlier, there's additional funds available now, 4 million of them, they don't pertain to them? Okay. But do they pertain to this? Can we use those funds for these costs?
Yes.
Okay, so it seems like we have 4.1 million additional funds available for that.
What will happen is it depends on board priorities, and we're having that meeting, we'll discuss that then.
Absolutely, absolutely. But it's good to know that we have additional resources in the event needed. Besides that, I'd like to give my time back to somebody else.
Thank you. Nash? I just have Nash, N-A-S-H. That's all that's on here? Oh, you like having too much fun, okay. Mr. Carnbane.
All right, good evening, Madam President, members of the board. I just want to thank you. Came back together as a community and have a humble request for you please put this item on the agenda and hasn't done so. So I just want to thank you in advance for doing that. The board asked staff to present the information you gathered, whether, the numbers are right, wrong, or indifferent, or whatever. I mean, time will tell. But I think everybody in here's intentions are well, and everybody means well. And so I just hope that those numbers are not discouraging to any of you when you vote today. And remember that sometime ago when that bond was passed, the promises that were made to the community should still hold true today. And regardless of who's sitting in those board seats today, there was a commitment that was made to our community and to each individual in this room and to those that are sitting at home. We need these facilities to be open for our children. As mentioned, there were 4 options that are made whenever you can involve your kids in sports and athletics, and it's unfortunate that due to COVID that everybody's been cooped up at home, and now with these mandates and stuff that seem to be lifting here in the near future, that our kids should have access to be able to go out and use that track and use those fields, and it can't happen without each and every one of you and your support this evening. So again, I just want to thank you for I feel that you've heard us, that everybody's voices were heard, and that's why we're on the agenda tonight. And your questions have been answered by your staff. How accurate they are, you guys can be the judge of that. But again, just one last humble request from the community is please do the right thing and allow us, the entire community, access to I'm trying to take advantage of the clock here, but just do what's right. I mean, and again, everybody's intentions are good, and I'll stop there. But thank you in advance.
Thank you.
Thank you.
To gender. 3 minutes. I'm 3 minutes. 3. Go ahead, please proceed.
Anyway, thank you, every one of you. I don't think we should come and speak for them. They did a perfect job. You tell everything, why we want that facility to use. The facility was getting used before with COVID, things get stopped. With school, with kids, every day things happen. Small vandalism, small mistake, kids can do more than this young generation. But at the same time, when we read this recommendation, most of the stuff is not true, which you already figured that out. I think it's not only for us, it's for public use. A lot of people have impression, maybe Indian community just want that place to use. No, for everything. I'm looking at all these figures, Mr. Joel explained most of it. It's like stating to the board, to us, to the public. School is already open for 5 days. It's for the weekend. I don't think these kind of costs can get in. It just, you guys making some kind of estimate. But board should know time to time, how many times we spray that facility, fumigate, whatever we do. I walk in that area in River Valley, those guys maintain the ground, they fix things up. I don't matter if we use that facility or not, they're getting paid. I remember last summer, one guy from the security, he stopped by asking a question. He said he patrol every school, so you already have the security. No matter if we use that facility or not. Then we look at the bond. The pledge we make to the public. Never forget that, even though these faces might change next time, but pledge should stay there. Thank you.
Yeah. No?
The board. I really appreciate the time you guys took to make this decision. And after this COVID, everybody was locked out. People need to get out. And also I want to talk a little bit about Scott did. You know, they had to do this because it's a requirement by the board who had to ask. You know, taking into small things, it's, you know, we're talking about 7 schools. $217,000. That's $30,000 per school. That's the max that you're putting out there. And Mr. Joel already explained that. How much we really need to expend on it anyway. We have the system in place. I don't think we should be wasting too much time on this thing, because everybody's time is very valuable, especially the board and all these kids that are sitting in, and everybody off work. This is the 3rd meeting. This should have been addressed way before. If we make decisions like this and take this much time, that's why our costs are where they are. There's no way I can run my operation if we make decisions like this and spend this much time. I see numbers in the millions on this board. The money that we spend, I don't even know the number, but there's a section you guys have, it's called miscellaneous. Like 50 times bigger than this. Which there were the costs even you guys don't even calculate that. It's called miscellaneous section. I don't want to take any more time on this thing. I think you guys need to make this decision and let these kids go play. Whatever that is, I really appreciate the board's time, and I don't want to take any more time. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Prompto, Carol? Prompto? Come on, Prompto.
I'm Pablo and I attend Riverside High School, meaning I go there 5 days a week. So it would be really nice for us to have the ground open so me and my friends can play like after school, like on the weekdays. And it's just more safer than going out to public. And also, since I attend there 5 days a week, there's also like PE going on all the time. So for them to say that it's not like we have to disinfect the field, what about like every single day when there's like hundreds of kids on the field for soccer PE or anything else? And also there's a bathroom right by the field, so I don't think there would be need for porta potties. But yeah, it's not.
Thank you. That concludes the comments from the public. Board members, are there any comments from the board?
There are some of these costs that I would like to just, like I myself caution, just generally I caution them. But if
Caution who?
Caution like the amount that's being allocated or potentially
Caution
allocated.
of questioning?
No, not caution the questioning, just cautioning how much, whether there's a need or not or whatnot. But at the end of the day, to get these schools open, if this is the cost that comes with it, I'm okay with that.
And may I address, I'm sorry.
Great.
So obviously over the past 10 plus years at this point in time with the turf becoming more popular, what was the reasoning going from grass to turf? Is there a big cost difference in association? I mean,
No, it's actually more costly to have the turf because you got to replace it every 10 years, and the replacement cost is over $1 million. So it is, but it's a safer area, it's safer for kids. So it's a benefit to have the turf.
The artificial turf is safer, you're saying?
Correct.
You can use it year round.
Yeah, it's not worried about the mud and everything else. The benefits of it.
Any other comment? Mary?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that one gentleman said that there was a bathroom by the fields and so there was no need for the porta potties. There are bathrooms on all of these fields and at all the schools, and I understand that. The reason why the porta potties come up is because the after schools close down and on the weekends, those aren't open. So we're having issues with people using the grounds as a restroom. And that's the reason why the district has looked into possibly using porta potties. And I just wanted to make it clear to you, if you weren't here before when we discussed it, that's why it's in there, and that's why we can't use those bathrooms that are by the fields, because they're closed after school and on weekends. Unless you've rented the place and asked for them to be open that way.
Comments?
I would just like to say, of the two options, I prefer option 2. Because in looking at it, option 1 opens both of the comprehensive high schools, Gray Avenue and Tierra Buena, but I'm concerned about some of our most challenged economically areas, such as King Avenue, April Lane, Park, Bridge. Those students have the least amount of ability to get to a park just because of financial reasons, and I would hate to see kids who are not in those areas at all be denied areas to play or use facilities, so I prefer option 2.
Any additional comments?
The only thing I have to say about option 2, and I agree with you, Shelley, on all of that. The only thing is and I guess this would be Doreen and Scott, maybe even Humor. Albert Powell High School, that doesn't necessarily need to be opened up, does it? Because they don't really have anything there. I mean, there's already a park and a playground right there already, correct? So we wouldn't necessarily have to open up Albert.
Well, it has to be included because of the cost to maintain it. And is that cost shared by the city or?
No, so Albert Powell is separate from the park that the city has open right next door.
Right, so
there would be
I was kind of thinking we could mark Albert Powell off of that list because it doesn't necessarily need to be open. Because there's nothing there for them to go to and play. There's already a park and a playground.
Also, the 2 options were just 2 options. If there's any modifications as you guys are discussing, please.
Okay.
For me, I kind of struggle, and Scott, you and I had a conversation earlier about like the custodian and the maintenance and the allocation of the time of 2 full-time custodians or 1 full-time or whatever it ends up being. Like if it's whether it's over 7 school sites or 12 or however many school sites, I just don't know what the allocation would be like. So that's where I'm kind of hesitant to say that we're gonna approve 2 additional FTEs or 1 additional for maintenance. That's just my reservation, to right out of the gate do that, as opposed to seeing what the need is as we open up and then going forward from there.
I like to make a comment.
What?
Please. I really don't think we should be micromanaging how this is being done. I mean, our goal is to say, we want these schools opened up, right? You guys presented options. These are only estimates. You're not telling us it's gonna be 2 FTEs. You just think it may require this. But you guys will figure out the details as you make it happen. So, I mean, we're not authorizing 2 FTEs, in my opinion. We're authorizing them to open them up, do what it takes, right? And you guys will work out the details.
And I appreciate that from Member Chapter. I do take exception. There was no intent to throw the kitchen sink into this in terms of trying to dissuade the board. We understood the intent of the board to open the schools. And so staff was charged with putting together a proposal, and that is what's come forward.
The charge from the board was, part of our responsibility as elected officials is to hear our public and to listen. Sarb, you're 100% right. We pay our staff good money to do just what we ask them to do. Now, if we're not gonna take that and we're gonna micromanage and question everything, then we need to do it ourselves. We'll keep it simple. We won't ask you, we'll just do it. But that's not the way things are done. We pay Scott, we pay Mark, we pay them to help us with the budget. That's our job. Hire people, fire people, and look at the budget as you present it to us. I don't
perceive to understand budgets, I don't perceive you to understand crime, which is what I understand quite well. So the issue before the board is option 1 in its entirety, which opens up 7 schools with the associated costs, or option 2, opening up 15 schools with the projected associated costs. We're not really voting on the costs, is that correct, Scott?
That's correct. We would, this is our projections, and at a future date,
We would ask for a 6-month review.
well, also, we'll talk, we could come to the board with additional staff requests, to align with this, but that would be a separate conversation that we'd have.
Thank you. Board, it's in your hands. It's the pleasure of the board, option 1 or option 2. May I have a motion on one or the other? I will be asking for a roll call vote.
I make a motion that.
I think option 1, could I just talk really quick? I think option 1 is adequate. You mentioned Park, Shelley. Well, Park is pretty close to Yuba City High School. And you also mentioned April Lane. I believe April Lane is already open. Was that not one of the existing community schools? Or am I misremembering? Okay, so I think option 1 is adequate. That's just my opinion.
I'd like to make a motion that I approve option 1.
I'll second that motion.
7 schools?
Yeah, mainly because the other schools are already open, and it's next to high school.
Where?
I will take back my option, based on Shelley's viewpoint, because actually she did make a very good point.
There's already a motion and a second on the floor.
Have you seconded?
Okay, okay, board. Can I hear that clearly what the options are? Are we voting on option 1 or option 2? And I put that gavel down because you're all talking at one time.
I made a motion to approve option 1, and Nicola seconded, therefore I cannot take it back if there's a motion on the table.
That's fine. We have a motion for option 1 and a second. I want a roll call vote, please.
Member Benavolli?
No.
Member Donnie?
No.
Member Roscoe?
Yes.
Member Pretty?
No.
Member Pulte?
No.
Member Takar?
No.
President Riley?
No.
Okay, I make a motion that we accept option 2 to open the schools, but I would like to make a revision to that and cross off Albert Powell. And if April Lane is already open to the public, I would like to cross that one off as well, and then consider option 2.
I want feedback on that because we've been told before that they were open, and then we've had board members that said they weren't.
Right, well, I mean open as far as the school is here and there's a playground right here, and the playground is maintained already.
That's not
So-
April Lane though.
No, it's not April Lane, it's only Albert Powell.
Yes.
Okay, so then my motion stands as option 2, we open the schools with the exception of Albert Powell because there's no necessary reason to.
I will second her.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Bettacavoli and a second by Ms. Dami to open all 14 schools because we're crossing off Albert Powell. Roll call vote, please.
Member Benavolli?
Yes.
Member Donnie?
Yes.
Member Roscoe?
Yes.
Member Pretty? Yes. Member Pulte?
Yes.
Member Takar?
Yes.
President Riley?
Yes. People, the parks are open. We understand that it was the community's outpouring to all of us. We understand also that this is your community just like it's ours, and we will take care of it. Thank you very much for your
There's the maps.
Hold on. There's one more important agenda about map. How we can elect these people in coming future? Have a seat. Sit down, please. Thank you.
I guess I'm on.
Very important for us. Yes. Have a seat. Thank you. No. Sit
Okay, the question from, just quiet please, the question from member Dami was, when will this become in effect? And we anticipate within the next 2 to have to set up things, but it will be this spring, okay?
2 week or 3 week, madam?
Pardon?
2 week or 3 week?
2 weeks or 3 weeks.
2 or 3, 5, and 2 or.
Mr. Tajender,
Come on.
2 or 3 weeks.
Make it 2, please.
The next item is 13A, the maps. Are we having
13B.
13B?
So we need to start with the public hearing and
So, the public hearing on maps is open. We have
we have Rob Murray from Human Consulting and Bob Gant from legal, and so we ask that we have the initial presentation and then any public comments.
all right, Mr. Gant, are you first or who's coming first? Mr. Murray.
Yes, thank you, Board President Riley, and we'll have I have a presentation prepared that really acknowledges the board's decisions at the last meeting to remove consideration a couple of maps as specified. We still have information on those maps should the board wish to bring them back into the conversation, but the presentation is really focused on the now 4 options that are remaining, which are really 3 different variations of the blue map, A, B, and C, and the orange map. So I will see if I will apologize. I was at another board meeting earlier this evening, and I had a little bit of an issue with my internet here at the office's end when I tried to share the screen. So let me just see if I can still go ahead and as everyone's seeing the presentation now.
Yes, Rob, we can see it.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. So let me go ahead and sorry, let me just as Zoom does, let me get there we go. Okay, and go ahead and go to the slideshow. So thank you. So here we go. So this is your scheduled map adoption for the trustee areas. And so we'll review our map options. We have the data analysis that we have been going over for each map. And then we, as I mentioned, still have our previously considered maps should the board wish to review any of the information that is on those. So your draft map is still up for consideration. We have Blue Map A, which was created with an initial look at just kind of focusing on the core Voting Rights Act conditions of population balance and most compact areas without any other real additional considerations. So as we discussed, the population variance is one that the board has discussed a few times. This is the one that has a 2.2% total variance, which means the spread between the largest and the smallest areas difference from that ideal average. And we can look at all those on the data slides in just a little bit. But as long anything that is under 10% total variance is a valid option. Blue map option B took the original blue map and modified some of the boundaries just between areas 1 through 4, which would allow all current board members the opportunity for re-election without running against any other current board members. And this brought the population variance up to 8.3%. And then blue map option C went back to A as a basis, but modified a portion between areas 6 and 7 to include all of the Happy Park neighborhood within a single trustee area. And this makes a 3.1% population variance. And then we had the orange map that we had some community input at our special workshop for the shape of one trustee area. And then a map was made based around that. And that, we'll look at that map in a moment, but that had a 6.5% total population variance. We previously had shown green and purple map options that are still available for review should the board wish to bring them back into consideration, but for now are considered, based on the vote at the previous meeting, to have been removed from consideration. So again, here is that blue map option A. For each of these maps, you have a suggested sequence of elections that, again, by default and with kind of the most common sense, aligns the trustee area elections with the expiration of sitting board members who reside in those areas. In this case, some of these maps, there are multiple current board members in areas, and the board will, upon adopting a map, also confirm if they're adopting the suggested sequence or moving for an alternate sequence of elections with some of the trustee areas. But this is the map of the blue option A, and then blue option B, which again for areas 5, 6, and 7 is identical to option A, but some of the lines in areas 1, 2, 3, and 4 have shifted. And then option C goes back to areas 1 through 5 are the same as in blue A. And now we're just really looking at this Happy Park area, putting all of that in the trustee area 6 and having a corresponding shift of population back into area 7 to maintain that required balance. And then the orange option, really the genesis of this is this trustee area 4, which was brought about from some community input, and then other map or trustee areas that again maintain all other required elements under the Voting Rights Acts. And then the data analysis, so again, this is all information that the board has seen before, so I will not go through in detail, but as always, I'm happy to answer questions should the board have any, but just generally what we're looking at is for each map, you see the map with the school sites over on the left, and then on the right, you have the total population and the voting age populations broken out. For the total population, you have that variance. So again, just a reminder how that works. In this case, the largest area is 1.4% larger than what the pure mathematical average would be. The smallest area is minus 0.8%. And so that means the total spread is the 1.4 and the 0.8 combined gives you that 2.2% total variance. And any map option that is within 10% total variance is valid under regulation and previous case law on this. We also have a look at the socioeconomic data, with looking at, based on census community survey estimates, the median income, poverty percentage, and then the split between owners and renters. And so for each map, we have that same information. Yes. And so again, for a lot of the blue maps, you'll see that the numbers are the same because a lot of these trustee areas are the same between the blue maps, but you have that same information presented for each map. And then with the orange map, for those areas, that same information. And then we have the previously considered maps, which I won't go into at this point, but should you wish to revisit those group or purple maps, I do have those available in the presentation to pull up. And if they were to be removed from consideration, I'm in the presentation here. And I'm happy to answer questions as needed while the board deliberates. Thank you.
Are there any questions so far?
So I have one question. Wasn't the intent and purpose of doing this, isn't one of the reasons for doing this to keep just different demographic areas as solid as possible to give them the loudest voice they could possibly have with a representative to the board?
Mr. Murray, do you want to answer that?
Yeah, happily, yes. So broadly, yes, under the Federal and California Voting Rights Acts, one of the large tenets is that if there are concentrations geographically of a particular protected class, which is usually very visible in the census data by the race and ethnicity data, then you want to draw the boundaries such that that natural concentration is within a single trustee area, making it more likely that that group's preferred candidate, if there is a preferred candidate that that group holds, is able to be elected to the board. And so most prominently, this comes up on the maps. There is an area, and actually I will go ahead and share my screen again. So it was a little premature of me to pull that down. But if we're looking, for example, I have blue A up here again, but the area that in this case is trustee area 4, you see district-wide, you have about 20.8% of the whole district's population identifies as Asian. But in trustee area 4, you have 44.9% of the population within that trustee area is Asian. as we saw in a lot of the maps, you have really an area that runs. It's a little bit too big to be contained in a single trustee area. That's where the orange map differs and how that area is dragged down to capture that Asian concentration extending down to Happy Park instead of up to the north here. But this part of the district is where you tend to have a higher concentration of the population who identifies as Asian. And then trustee area 5 on this map is actually a majority Hispanic and Latino district, the way that this area is drawn.
The difficulty in a community like ours, when we talk about what this is proposed to achieve, we have 3 major groups that represent a majority of the people in this community. It's those that define themselves as Asian, those that define themselves as Hispanic, and those that define themselves as Anglo or white. When you look at Black, all others, and 2+, it's not significant to make a difference. So we're not under any illusion that those communities are going to be able to choose a candidate of their choice. It will be majority rules, and I want everybody to clearly understand that. When you're 2% or less than 2% of the voting population, people tend to think it won't make a difference, and I will tell you, if you don't use your vote, you don't have a voice. So you have to use your vote in whatever way is most appropriate for you. Board members, do you have comments on, oh, wait a minute, Mr. Gant?
Yes.
Are you muted?
Well, I'm not muted now. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yep.
What can I do for you?
Well, I know you were here, so we're paying you. You want to say something?
Well, I normally, you know, unless I have something to add, I will wait for any questions, but I'm happy to address any questions on the issues before you. So far, I'm in agreement with the comments by Mr. Murray.
Ford, do you have any comments?
Have there been any last minute comments through the online portal? Is that something that can be checked?
Yeah, there was one that came in, and it is in support of the orange map. So that came in at 5:15.
We received.
Actually, just to clarify, he's part of the orange part of the.
Yeah. Yeah, that could be right.
Okay, that's not the one.
Orange map or blue. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's the last
basically.
one.
We were only provided with one of these. Can you tell us, can you tell us how many people who commented were in favor of it? Like, what was the number?
So the number that you received, so the packet you received, were all in favor of the orange map, and this is the packet here.
Okay.
The issue, Ford, is for you to use your own thought and your own decision as to what you think is best for this community. It is not for you to count how many favored this or how many favored that. We are charged with doing what is best for this community, and that's what I'm asking you to consider. We will now hear from members of the community. Harmeet Sooner.
Alright, so I'll keep this fairly short. My name is Harmeet Sooner. I've been a Yuba-Sutter resident my entire life, and I'm in complete support of the orange map created by community or public input. And this map is just the most favorable towards keeping minority groups together, especially primarily in the Happy Park area. And that's really good.
Samit Pandai. I'm probably messing up.
Well, good evening to the board and the audience. My name is Samit Handel, and I've also been a Yuba-Sutter resident my entire life. I currently attend River Valley High School as a freshman. I'm also in support of the orange map because it keeps the minority communities together. Our 2 biggest minority groups consist of the Latinx and Punjabi communities. This map helps amplify the voices of these communities, one which I'm a part of. The orange map was made with input from members of our Yuba City community so it caters to the need of the people. I hope the board takes my comment into consideration when voting on the map. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Hakeem Everest.
It's,
That was close, go ahead.
hard hearing. Thank you, board, again, for, hearing and speak. And I would just like to show support for the orange map as well. We have, looked through the data and, we feel that the orange map gives, the best representation for minority communities. Map blue A and blue B, I believe should not be considered at all because it does not keep the Happy Park community together. It's placed into Region 7, so I don't think those two maps should be considered. But I lean in favor towards the orange map. And I know something, I know the variance of the orange map is slightly higher than the variance in the blue C option, but it still falls under legal regulation, and I feel that the representation that the orange map provides is more significant than the slight increase in the variation. So I wanted to make that point, and I think I kind of said what I wanted to say. Just also wanted to recognize some of the students that came out. I'm very proud of them. Don't be fooled by their age. They helped canvass for us last year for the census 2020. They know a lot about redistricting, more than maybe your average Yuba-Sutter resident. And I just wanted to say that I'm proud of their continued advocacy for the community and their love for the community.
Ladies, when you say minorities in the orange map, what minorities are you
So
addressing?
it is the Punjabi and Hispanic.
The Hispanic community goes on with it. Are you
Yes,
sure
so
of
there's
that?
in the region,
I'm just asking if you're sure of that, ladies.
so in the region 5 for the Hispanic community, the numbers are higher in the orange map for the Hispanic community. I think it's like 46 on the blue C map option. It's 49 in the orange option. So this increase for the Hispanic vote. Also in other regions, just overall, we feel that the orange map, I mean, both maps are solid, but we lean in forward for the orange map for those regions.
I just want to be clear, excuse me. I just want to be clear. When you speak before the board, you can only represent your voice. You cannot speak for the Hispanic community. That's your perception, and we'll accept that.
Yeah.
But short of them appearing, which they've chosen not to, I've received comments that they've heard that this map represents them. That is not true.
Okay.
So thank you, ladies. I appreciate you being here, though, and using your voice.
Thank you so much, and yeah, I appreciate your time.
Have a question for us?
Yeah.
It's not okay. Go ahead, sir.
I thought we were. Why do you think the orange map is better than blue map C, even for your community?
I think that both options are good, but I think if I was to vote for one, I would choose the orange map.
So do you realize the orange map attenuates all the different cultures to extremes, the white, Hispanic, and the Asian?
Can you say that again?
If you look at the white, Hispanic, and the Asian community on the orange map, they're all attenuated. Whereas on the
What does
blue
that
map,
mean?
they're a little more
You said attenuated?
attenuated. They're both pretty much all the extremes you can have. Whereas on the blue map, you have some variance in the other community.
So we looked at all of the words together sitting, and so I'd say that one thing in the orange map is that in the, I believe, area 3, like I said, both options are solid, and even if
Your preference is.
the preference is the orange map
Thank
for,
you.
yeah, did you want me to say
That's fine. I'm just saying, because you're really focusing just on the Asians, I feel like, you're not looking at.
Well,
looking at all
I
the-
just made a comment that the Hispanic community did not state that they supported the orange map. So we'll leave it at that. that's
I'm gonna make that
white people. What did you say, Jennifer?
I just said, like, just like you're saying to her previously, that they don't represent the community as a whole, I don't think you can make that.
That is not what I said. I said they can only represent the community that they speak for here. They cannot speak for the Hispanic community. I've cautioned the board before that if you're going to make comments, especially by things that I say, let's get it correct. Thank you.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Sergeant Singh?
Good evening to the board. I want to thank you all for our continued discussion. I do want to remind the board of the Brown Act as well, so like we shouldn't be engaging in question and answer during this session. I also am in favor of the orange map, and I will describe why, and going through the different map options. So blue option A, it is a map that does not include the Happy Park community in its entirety. It separates that Happy Park community from the rest of the community that would be a community of interest. Therefore, that's not a great option for the community that lives around there. Blue option B has the highest variance at 8.3%. It also is clearly a gerrymandered map, and we can see by looking at how the trustee areas have been distorted to ensure that each board member still has their own trustee area, which isn't something that board members should be considering. Blue option C is an okay map because it makes an attempt to keep Happy Park together. So it is a step up from the other maps. And then the orange map, just looking at the numbers and looking at the data, not speaking for other communities, it does a better job of numbers-wise increasing representation for the Hispanic community in the district in which they are most represented, and it does a better job of keeping the Asian or the Punjabi community together in the areas that are of interest to them. And so for all of these reasons, I urge the board to vote today on the orange map as A and B keep communities apart. C is a better option than A and B, and orange is, via those numbers, the best option. And thank you again for your continuing work. Thank you, Mr. Murray, who's on, for his work as well. And thank you to the district for receiving those comments and sharing the comments. I know there are a lot of comments that have been received from multiple community members, so just that's good data to look at as well. Thank you all.
Sorry, yeah? No, okay. Dina Lucan.
You had some online commenters. I thought there were a couple of online commenters.
Don't. Yeah, there.
Would you like us to?
What did you?
We did, we received several comments that were online and we
Oh, you have any Zoom commenters?
Oh. Well,
in terms of, I don't know if you have any.
Who's out there?
Nikki, do you have anyone on Zoom wanting to? There was one?
No, we do not.
Okay.
Oh, I thought there were a couple of Zoom commenters, so I will step up.
Okay,
There is
wait a
one.
minute, Dina. Okay, slow your roll. We have Paul Loomis. Paul? Dina, go ahead. We have one request, but
Okay.
he's not responding.
I just would like to speak on behalf of the work that's been done so far. I've listened carefully to all these deliberations, and I respect that our Punjabi community has come forth to this board asking not to split up that Happy Park area. When you look at that southern region, that region 7, it really is reflective of a more rural part of our community, a less congested part of neighborhoods.
Mm-hmm.
The Happy Park neighborhood is clearly a neighborhood, and splitting up that neighborhood just doesn't seem to be in the best interest of representing a specific group of individuals. I live near the Happy Park area, I ride through that area. run through that area, and clearly that lower left corner is as much a part as the upper right corner and really ought to be considered together. So I do think the orange option offered this board a way of addressing the concerns of our Punjabi population to feel well represented in their board of trustees. But I think the orange map also gives you the additional advantage of increasing your Hispanic participation. And while they have not come forward to you with their specific recommendations for their communities, if you look at the numbers, the orange option really does afford them the opportunity to have a trustee that they might be able to elect from their area, that area being that area trustee 5. And when you look at that area trustee 5, you'll note that the Hispanic population is 55% in that area and 49% when you look at total population, 55%, and you look at voting population, 49%. That really would give that Hispanic community the opportunity to feel as though they have a board member that might be better attuned to their voices. I do appreciate that the board faces some decisions here, but I think this is a long-term decision you are making for our community as they elect 7 board members. I hope that this will lead to our community feeling as though they have board members that they represented, that represent their areas and their needs and that are responsive to their schools. It is sometimes nice to have a board member know, well, this is my board member representing my area. So I appreciate the work you've done to elect board members rather than at large in specific areas. And I would encourage this board to give the orange option your full consideration. Thank you.
Mr. Lewis is not present.
Okay. That ends the comments from the public.
One more.
I believe there was one more comment.
Yeah, we submitted it together.
Okay.
I'm not sure where my name is.
Go ahead.
Can I go ahead? Sure. Alright, so good evening everyone. It's so good to see everyone again. My name is Mjusd and I'm a Yuba City resident. I'm here before you all today to share my support towards map orange. As this map keeps areas where members of my Punjabi community live in Yuba City together. Specifically, map orange keeps the Happy Park area together with trustee area 4. Both map blue C and map orange are the only 2 maps that were created after some public input, some community feedback. Though map blue C also allows for keeping the Happy Park area together within trustee area 6, map orange goes a little bit further in allowing a better representation for minorities. So it allows for a better minority representation in other trustee areas, such as it has already been mentioned, trustee area 5, but also trustee area 3. In blue map C, trustee area 3, the Hispanic population and the Asian populations combined make up 48.2% of the trustee area. Whereas in the orange map, the Hispanic population and the Asian population combined make up 56.3% of the population, meaning that it would be easier for folks living within trustee area 3 to, elect a candidate that is representative of minority communities, whether that be Punjabi or Hispanic. So the orange map, as has already been said, also allows for a 49% majority within trustee area 5. As such, the orange map not only does it allow for the Punjabi community to be kept together within within trustee area 4, but it also allows for a better minority representation in both trustee areas 3 and 5. So as you can see, map orange does a little bit of a better job at representing minorities just from the data that we have been given. And I hope you will consider our request and the comments that we have shared with you and make and come to a decision according to those comments. Thank you so much for your time. I did.
Thank you. That ends the comments in the public hearing. The public hearing, what? Okay, do Did you speak already?
She did not speak yet. I mean,
Okay,
it's
I'm gonna allow one more speaker and then I'm cutting it off, please.
Thank you so much for the time. I'm sorry about
It's okay.
speaking. Hello, my name is Saj Gung, and I'm a student at Yuba City High School and a resident of Yuba City. I'm in support of the Orange Map, and I'll just be adding some kind of to what the past few speakers have been saying. Through this map, it allows our Punjabi communities to stay high in numbers. It allows us proper representation. I helped previously canvass for the Census 2020 by educating people about why it's important and generally kind of what it was. And through this experience, it really showed me how important it is to have minority representation and leadership and to advocate for resources for specific different communities such as language access and proper funding. Our communities in Yuba City are so empowering and so strong because of our high numbers. And through this Orange Map, it's an opportunity for us to step closer to unity and progression. Thank you.
Thank you. Dare I ask?
We're done.
Public hearing is closed. Board, do you have any comments from the board?
Yes, I was sent a comment that was submitted late, so I wasn't sure if it got printed in the online packet from a representative of, or a member of the Hispanic community, and they did also speak in support of Option Orange. And then as the only Hispanic member on this board, I also think Option Orange does do the best job of creating a district that would give that community a say in electing a candidate. I think we've heard a lot about how blue map options C and the orange map are the only two maps that don't split Happy Park, and I think that was some really valuable input we got from the community to not split Happy Park. I do think the orange map does the best job of creating trustee areas which give those communities of interest a voice, which is what the California Voting Rights Act charges us to do.
Any other comments from board members? Okay, board will narrow it down, please. It sounds like it's, well, please. Do we need a motion? I'm not gonna.
I'd like to make a motion.
Certainly.
That would exclude every map except the orange map and blue map option C.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, so we have a motion by Mr. Kakar and Mr. Rusko to narrow the focus to orange map. The orange map and blue C.
Blue C.
Okay, roll call, please.
Member Bergavoli?
Yes.
Member Donnie?
Yes.
Member Roscoe?
Yes.
Member Pretty?
Yes.
Member Quilty?
Yes.
Member Chahar?
Yes.
President Riley?
Yes.
Thank you.
So now the choice is before you, and I simply need a motion on either, well, make the motion.
I'll make a motion that we approve orange map.
I'll second it.
We have a motion to approve the orange map by Ms. Domney and a second by Ms. Pretty.
May I remind the board that also in the selection map, you are also voting to the suggested sequence of voting. So with that orange map, it would be in the 20 and 22 would be areas 1, 2, 4, and 5, and for 24, 3, 6, and 7.
Okay, I think we're all clear on that. Okay, we have a motion and a second for the orange map. Roll call, please.
Member Bergavoli?
No.
Member Donnie?
Yes.
Member Roscoe?
Yes.
Member Pretty?
Yes.
Member Quilty?
Yes.
Member Chahar?
Yes.
President Riley?
Yes.
Thank you.
We have adopted the orange map. Thank you for your
Good job, good job.
Okay.
This is Paul Gant. May I ask, just interject briefly before the public leaves? I wanted to ask that the resolution associated with the vote be,
Paul, we don't understand that.
excuse me?
We understand
I
that.
just explained that to her.
Oh, okay, I didn't hear that because of the rustling, and it was just so that I can present it to the attorney for the county committee tomorrow morning.
So, we want to tell the public what you're doing.
Yes, so now that the map has been adopted, we have before resolution so that we need to present that to the county committee tomorrow.
Okay.
Action.
So it's an action item.
Correct.
Do you have the resolution?
Yeah, the resolution is attached to the board's agenda that was included, basically saying that we've gone through this process in order to comply with the CDRA and the process you used, and so it explains everything.
So noted.
Yes.
So we need a motion to approve the resolution that will go before the county committee.
So moved.
I second.
We have a motion to approve the resolution by Mr. Tackard and a second by Member Pretty. Roll call, please.
Member Bradicavoli?
Yes.
Member Drawing?
Yes.
Member Roscoe?
Yes.
Member Pretty?
Yes.
Member Quilty?
Yes.
Member Jafar?
Yes.
President Riley?
Yes.
Thank you.
That concludes the business of the redistricting. Thanks all of you for attending virtually, or stay. Whatever you want to do.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you guys, so nice, thank you.
You're welcome. Good night to gender.
Good night.
Pick her up. Oh, we know how to clear a room. Oh, yeah. Okay, the next item is 12C, the second reading for proposed revisions to Yuba-City. Pardon?
13C.
Oh, what did I say? Well, I meant 13.
I know you did.
13C.
Thank you. I bring forward policies for second read and approval. I do want to clarify on board policy 0470. I know there has been statements that I've tried to sneak something in to a policy. This is about the COVID mitigation plan. We did not adopt this previously, so it is actually a new policy for the board. And this states that we are required to develop a mitigation plan and that the board would be following the laws and orders that are issued by the state and the public health officials. So there's nothing.
The comments have been that it allows the board no flexibility.
Well,
It's saying, is it not, and correct me if I'm wrong, is it not saying that whatever they say, we go along with
it says that you would comply with the laws and orders that are set forth, which is in fact there are legal requirements. But it does also, the board may also adopt resolutions or take other actions as needed to respond to such orders or provide further direction during the pandemic. So it does allow you to have resolutions, but this is about complying with laws and orders. In order to develop your safety mitigation plan.
Okay, comments from the board, if there are any.
I still kind of feel like it goes against the resolution that we did and sent to the governor. I mean, although, because we took out that statement out of our resolution that, you know, it is confusing. Maybe it's because it's the legal way to write it. But I just kind of feel like, we're just saying we're gonna do whatever they say.
Question.
Jasmine?
Please correct me if I'm misunderstanding, but I got the perception that when we are required to make a mitigation plan, all it's saying is that we are gonna follow whatever requirements are asked of us to embed within the mitigation plan, right? Is that what it's saying?
Yes.
Okay. Not necessarily whether we wanna, like, whatever else it has to do with it. It's just when it comes to making the mitigation plan, are we gonna meet the requirements?
Yes.
I have questions about other sections of this,
Sure, please.
not the COVID stuff. Okay, so if you read through, you get past all the COVID stuff, there are things about graduation requirements. I have a question on that, and then I have another question about another section. The first one is concerning graduation requirements. I understand that the state of California said that they changed it, and I know that school districts have an ability to make more requirements than the state does, which is what we have done in the past with the 4 years for English. But in making this into policy, I don't remember the graduation committee ever meeting to discuss these policies.
So this really was about, if you remember, there have been new policies put in place that allow districts flexibility to lower some of the graduation requirements in order to have more students graduate.
Right.
So this wasn't about raising the graduation requirements. This is really about whatever set forth in as options coming from the state to allow more graduates.
Okay.
So,
but my question is still, why didn't this come to is it just because we didn't have time to meet as a committee about this, or is it just not appropriate for committee to have?
well, it probably wasn't because it was coming from the state as as an assembly bill that actually got put into place. So it was actually a law that was required for us to implement.
All right.
But generally, you're right, graduation requirements would come before the graduation committee, but when there's a specific law, and I think this is what
Then
this
it kind of
falls-
supersedes the
Correct.
committee. All right, and then my last question, and there's a section in there about professional development, and it states very clearly that teachers and other staff are given real input into the type and content of the professional development offered. I would like some assurances that that actually happens.
So, I'm gonna let Pam.
And those are on pages 8 and 9.
Correct, and so professional development in the district, there's a professional development committee, Pam, correct, that is working towards the development of professional development?
Yes, we work, it depends on what specifically you're talking about, but,
Just professional development in
we
general.
have,
As a tutor, I
we
sat
did-
through way too many that were completely worthless. So I just wanna make sure teachers have real input into the type of professional development that they
I would
are.
love to hear your definition of real input. We ask for a lot of input. What do you describe real input for me? What does that mean to you?
Okay, so if a group of teachers say, this is the type of professional development we need to make sure our students have the best option for success, then that is what is given instead of something else, some kind of canned thing that they had no choice in. Or being pulled out of class in the professional development model and having to make, it's just the whole professional
So it's not
development
real
model.
input unless we
needs to-
accept it?
If we're putting policy into place about professional development and it says teachers have input, I wanted to make sure that that is actually occurring.
Well, what would be the measure of that?
Well, that's another thing and there's never much of to go back and look at the efficacy of some of the professional development that we ask our teachers to do, so I'd like that to be part of it as well.
Okay, absolutely.
Yeah.
That's all I have on that.
Okay. Do we have any other comments on this item? It is in fact the second read.
On the special education side, we see so much of the suspension and the issues with the kids, and we have a resolution in here for special education and dealing with kids with special needs that, I just feel like we have a definition here and we have a board policy to get it done, but I feel that we aren't following it and that we don't do it as well as we could. And so I don't know how to put that in here or how to talk about that, but it's like the student success teams, well, I don't know. I don't know how to put it into words. I just feel like we don't do a very good job with that section and I don't know how to rewrite it so we do.
Have you shared your suggestions with anyone?
Yes, in some ways I have, yes, at times I have.
I don't know how to address that.
I don't either, so anyway.
It is the second read.
I guess we vote on if we wanna accept this read, right?
Correct, and it is not just one policy, I was calling out 0470 just because of the comments that were being made regarding the intent of bringing this policy forward and my intent of trying to sneak it in.
Right, and I know you're not trying to sneak anything in, I just kind of wanted to make sure that it was being read correctly and understood correctly so that, we don't get into a bind to where we were told, well, that's the board policy and you have to follow it. So I just wanna make sure everybody was on the same page on how it worked. It sounds like everybody is, so.
Make a motion that we approve the policies.
Second.
Second read?
Yeah.
Do we have a second to that motion? Yes. We have a motion by Mr. Roscoe and a second by Ms. Domi to approve the second read. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay, thank you. 13D, suspended contracts for board review.
I make a motion that we approve 13B as discussed in closed session.
Second.
A motion and a second by Mr. Roscoe and Ms. Domi to approve 13D. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? I need to go back to something. On 12C, Jasmine, that's the one where you recused yourself. Did that get recorded, Laura?
Yes, I did.
Okay, thank you. 12E, 13E.
Thank you. I bring forward a resolution. So there's been a new change under 8130 that charter schools that we charter, that you're the approving agency, can ask for a 2-year extension. And so Yuba-City Charter School passed through their board resolution and sent it on to us. And so just to formalize your acceptance of their resolution, I bring forward a resolution accepting their request for a 2-year extension on their petition.
So, you know, they will still be under the umbrella of Yuba City Unified. Do we have a motion to accept that or questions?
I make a motion to accept it.
I'll second it. Motion by Mr. Quilty and a second by Ms. Pretty. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Thank you. 13F, approval of RVHS modular classrooms.
So, I believe this has been discussed with the board in the past, and Mark Button has gone out to bid for these, so essentially this is the contract for the portables at RV.
May I have a motion?
I make a motion to accept the bid.
Second.
We have a motion to accept 13F by Mr. Quilty, second by Ms. Domi. All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries. 13G, approval of CalShape agreement and board resolution BR 2122-36.
I'd like to ask Mark maybe to speak to this one a little bit.
Sure. So we applied for a grant to the state, that's called CalShape, which is California School, we did a grant. California School.
Healthy
Healthy
air,
air.
fun, and efficiency.
And fun efficiency is very good. I had to look it up, make sure I got it right. And what it is actually gives us an opportunity to get grant funds to do building assessments, look at the filters, and then also it has their monitoring. And they do have an allocation for changing stats out for CO2 sensors. So this is a grant that's gonna help us upgrade our mechanical equipment.
Did we already get the grant?
No, we have to make sure we go through, we have to get the board resolution and then get the contract agreement. We give that back to the state and then they'll hopefully award us the grant.
Any and all grants are great in my book.
Yeah, me too.
I make a motion that we approve the resolution.
I'll second. We have a motion to approve 13G by Mr. Roscoe, a second by Ms. Pretty. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. 13H, Leslie University contract.
This is a professional development contract for, language acquisition and, reading development. It's specifically paid for out of our Title III funds, which are, a resource for our English learners. The purpose of this particular, contract is to provide professional development to teachers down in TK through 2nd grade, specific to reading instruction. Our biggest learning loss mitigation, as you can imagine, has been in reading instruction. And as a kindergartner, 1st grader, through the pandemic, learning to read as an English learner online was very challenging. This provides some additional resources and training for teachers in that specific area.
Just in case we close down again?
No, for learning loss mitigation, not for doing it online.
Yeah.
No.
Why is it, it's Jasmine's question.
Go ahead. My question is like, how do we find these, for lack of better word, vendors? So like, how do we, like?
If we have a specific need, we pull and research the options and we look at their success rate. Fontes and Pinnell have a hugely successful track record in reading instruction.
So it's not like the same bid process that you would have in like, say, maintenance?
No.
Mike, you said that there was a professional development committee, did they research this? Is it? from
No,
this
this
committee
was
that they
Ed
suggested
Services
this?
team. We have when we're talking about like March 11th, we do a committee to plan that day. We take input from teachers on what they want in terms of professional development for the year. We did that last spring, and we also did it when we did the Educator Effectiveness Block Grant. We surveyed teachers on areas of interest. And we used it a great deal in terms of what we planned for the March 11th PD Day.
I get the March 11th one, I'm talking mostly about this one. I mean, I read through the contract and I couldn't figure out exactly what it is that Lesley University is going to provide. Are they providing trainers? Are they providing
They're
materials?
providing trainers for professional development and materials, yes.
And it was selected by only one person, or it was selected by?
No, it was selected by a team in Ed Services, yes. We have had requests for support with new materials and resources for working with our youngest English learners.
And I get that, it's just, I think that sometimes, I think sometimes we have some real talent in our own teaching force that might be able to do this, but that's just me. Don't know, always have to go outside.
I think
to do
we
this.
probably do, but this is what they specialize in.
I understand that.
And I'm not saying we don't have people that could do it,
Right.
but to what level?
Does it
Well,
have to
that's
be
always a
virtual?
consideration when you do a contract.
It is, and sometimes these outside people are.
Well, I think they're awful pricey for being virtual. They
I
really
think
have
so
to
too.
travel.
A lot of money for
Yeah.
who knows what.
What's the pleasure of the board?
When would this take effect? Is it for next school year or this
No,
year?
it's for right now, this spring.
Was this as soon as you could bring it before us, Pam? It's kind of short notice.
Short notice for what? We're gonna provide, it'll be an ongoing professional development all throughout the spring, and teachers can implement right away.
Okay.
Well,
So
based
notice-
off of,
Go ahead, Jasmine.
just to clarify, I mean, we have a month of SBAC. Well, actually, K through second doesn't do the SBAC, excuse me.
No?
No, we don't, it starts in third.
So this would be what grade?
K to,
I'm sorry, I forgot.
Kindergarten, TK through second grade. That's the primary target of teacher that could benefit.
So this contract it's a professional development day.
No, it's 70 hours. Teachers would have an excellent opportunity to work over an extended period on this.
So
Develop
this is-
a lot of skills, use those units towards their salary schedule, they're paid, it's all paid time. This is a great opportunity for teachers.
with all due respect, there's been concerns, just stating that out there, that, you know, with COVID and with the extra that's being put on teachers, I mean, additional 70 hours this spring.
It's
And it
not
seems
going
like-
to be required,
Oh, it's
teachers
gonna be
will have the opportunity. And one of the most popular, and Dina will have the opportunity to reiterate this if she chooses to, the most popular training and the best feedback we've received has been on guided reading training that we've offered. This specializes for English learners, but reading, working on the professional development for reading instruction has been the most popular with our teachers this year.
So I understood when we did professional development, we have all these professional development days built into the calendar. I thought when I saw this, that this was gonna be on one of their professional development days, that they were gonna get to have this. But so this is gonna be an ongoing thing that we hope the teachers will take advantage of. And
Yes.
some will and some won't, correct?
Correct. We will, there's plenty of interest to fill this contract for this spring. We already know that from the input we've received. If it's very popular, then it's something that we could offer again next year or through the summer. Just like the other reading training has been, we're already looking, because of word of mouth, at offering, creating an additional opportunity for that, either starting late summer and into the fall.
This same contract, doing
Not-
it again, or
not-
doing another one?
A different one. We have
For older children or the same age?
older children.
I need a motion
Elementary
and-
school children.
I need a motion, and there's some comments that people don't agree. Use your voice to register whether or not you want to vote for this. May I have a motion?
I make a motion that we approve the contract.
Do I have a second? We have
I'll second it.
Mr. Tappard, I need a roll call vote.
Member Benicavoli?
Yes.
I'm sorry, yes?
Yes.
Thank you. Member Jami?
No.
Member Roscoe?
Yes.
Member Pretty?
No.
Member Quilty?
Yes.
Member Jakar?
Yes.
President Riley?
Yes, motion carried. 13I, non-reelection of probationary certificated employees. This is the least favorite job responsibility that we have. The superintendent, or Mr. Reed?
Yes, so placed in front of you this evening was an edited version or revised version of Resolution 2122-033, the non-reelection of probationary certificated employees. The resolution explains that the Ed Code provides that certificated employees shall be notified by March 15th of their second year of, on or before their March 15th of their second year of probationary service, of the decision to reelect or non-reelect an employee for the next succeeding school year. So the resolution includes employees listed by employee number in Exhibit A, so that's the second page. These employees were employed by the district as probationary certificated employees for the current school year and shall be non-reelected as certificated employees of the district for the coming 22-23 school year. The resolution also gives authority and direction to staff to give notice to the affected employees.
Are there any comments, board?
I make a motion that we approve the resolution.
Well, I have one.
Okay.
This is probably the least favorite job that we have to do. In the future, I strongly suggest that when people are brought forward for non-reelection, that we have a clear understanding of what was done to prevent them from not being non-reelected. I think we have a responsibility to our employees to not help them fail, but to help them succeed. And I think for the most part, previous years, we've been doing a very good job of that. I would ask that that continue. Mr. Roscoe?
Make a motion that we approve the resolution.
I'll second it.
Motion by Mr. Roscoe and a second by Ms. Pretty. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Oh,
The resolution mentioned the roll call vote. Do we need to actually do the roll call vote? Sorry.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Member Benicavoli?
yes.
Member Jami?
Yes.
Member Roscoe?
Yes.
Member Pretty?
Yes.
Member Quilty?
Yes.
Member Shakar?
Yes.
President Riley?
Yes.
Thank you.
That completes the consent agenda. Do we have any board reports and information?
Sure, maybe Jasmine, Lynetta, and I can tag team the government liaison committee and Doreen too. The government liaison committee met, we went over various things with Sutter County and the city of Yuba-City. Continued planning on the safe routes to schools. Something I thought was really interesting is both the planned expansion of Bridge Street is getting really close. They're just working through some logistical challenges with the bids, but they want to get that started as soon as possible. The widening of Bridge Street from Gray to Cooper. And they're also a little more long-term working on the widening of Walton from Hazel to all the way to Sam's Club. Actually, it's already widened some of the part towards Sam's Club, but they're going to be doing some work on it still. So that'll have some, hopefully a really positive impact on the traffic around AK, including, they don't know exactly how they're going to do it, but they want to work on a stoplight or some protected turn lanes for the Cherry Street, because so many people take Cherry and then turn left onto Walton. So I thought that was exciting for safe routes to schools. They shared a map from, it's actually in the newspaper too, but maybe we could share it with the board of all the planned development in the city, businesses, multiple hotels, restaurants and whatnot. So I think that's another exciting project. We did talk to them a little bit about our plans, or about the discussion that had been happening with facilities access. Obviously there was no direction that had been given at that point in time, but we just did share that it was a discussion that was ongoing, and we also shared that we were wrapping up our redistricting process. So now both of those things have finalized, and some of them already know because they were here tonight.
Did you ask them when they were approving the housing developments that they were gonna put in parks in those developments?
Actually. We did advocate for that quite a bit.
What'd they say?
They stated that they do have a master plan that, as areas develop where they're gonna put parks in, there's a Regency Park that's gonna be going in the Harder area. There's actually, they're working, I believe, on grant funding to develop the river bottoms. It's like 200 plus acres. They're wanting,
No, we need it in subdivisions, we don't need it in the river.
Well, they
that's
acknowledged they
another.
dropped the ball on Harder, but they said they weren't going to do it. That River Valley area, they did acknowledge that was.
Yeah, there's two big, huge lots that they can do it on.
There's a development that's gonna be going in where Bogue Road is, and so we did advocate that there is a huge need, we've heard from the community of having access to parks. And so, you know, they're looking into it. So they have a master plan, and hopefully that master plan starts.
And the Trader Joe's.
I sure hope so, because they said, last time I heard them, when that was brought before them, they said that this community doesn't want that, so.
Yeah, well,
Let's hope
they're
that
trying
they
to
change
choose the
it.
developers, so.
There's also a Sutter, I forget what that's called, Sutter Point.
Yeah.
That is being approved. The first phase is going to include kind of an active living, 1,000+ homes will go out there, which is in the Riego area. And then there's gonna be future phases that have more and more
Riego Road?
homes. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
So it's an ongoing, and I think it's been there forever and a day, but it's finally getting.
Assisted living?
It's
That's 55 plus, like.
active living.
They're gonna put us out there.
That's what I'm thinking.
No, not assisted, active living.
Sun City.
So it's like restricted 55 and older.
Sun City.
So,
So I can't get it.
yeah.
Oh, I can.
That covers most more boards.
I'm just like, wait a minute. Okay, sorry.
I know.
That's all I have.
Okay, what else?
All right, do we have any other? Are
Did
you
we miss
done?
anything?
Do you have anything else? Are there any other committee reports?
No, I think facilities report has been pretty well beat up, so I think we're good on that one.
Jasmine, do we have any communications?
No.
No. Oh, our favorite part, Gina.
Welcome here.
No, come on up, Mercedes, come up closer. Yeah, close.
Good evening, board members, members of the public, and anybody else who's still out there. I'm Dee Lucas, president of the Yuba City Teachers Association. Today marks the Super Tuesday, and by that I mean it's 22 on a Tuesday. So this has been quite a day for all of us to consider. This also marks the day we returned from our first week-long February break. I think this year it might have been particularly welcome after the surges we had in January. Perhaps it gave us a chance to see diminished case rates and a return to less students missing from our classrooms. I, for one, had no ends today. That meant none of my students were on quarantine. So I'm hoping that that trend will continue. YCTA completed a calendar survey of our members before or after the winter break, asking about the 2 weeks versus the 3 weeks. We knew that after they experienced the week at February, they might have different feedback. So they will be, survey just went out again tonight to survey them on so now what do you think of the February we got? So we will let you know about those results. With regards to the action you took tonight for the RVHS portables, long overdue for us to get portables out at RV. And I urge this board to consider making adequate number of portables in classrooms for every RVHS teacher a highest priority. Not having your own classroom impacts kids' instruction on a daily basis. Running from one classroom to another for 3 different 90-minute periods, it impacts the quality of instruction you can deliver. As one of your employees who does it just for 2 classrooms, it's a matter of moving your stuff, getting your computer set up again, knowing the fact that you've got 2 different sets of equipment. In my case, I roamed into a room that's a science room. I don't have to go into a room as a social science teacher that's normally a math room. So I urge you to make this a priority. We need adequate classroom space at River Valley High School. And then this district has invested in employees. It is your biggest asset. And you continue to invest in those employees in multiple ways. So one of those ways you addressed tonight when you had a lengthy discussion about professional development for your educators. It is all of our hope that your professional employees are reflective practitioners. That is, we engage in that regular practice of monitoring our own work with students. How effective is it? How are we doing? What are our assessments telling us about what are our strengths and weaknesses? And we build our own professional development plans. Sometimes those professional development plans are completed in the district's March 11th PD Day. Sometimes they're completed in a variety of other individual pursuits. This district has professional development goals for district needs that are district-wide, such as Pam addressed with regards to mitigating learning loss for our youngest learners with regards to reading. But there are also individuals who identify, this is what I need to be a better practitioner in the classroom. So we need to value both of those. The other way you invest in your personnel is by coaching. So not only do you hope that we engage in that reflective practice, but that you hope that your administrators engage in that supportive practice of coaching and providing feedback. That we encourage peer coaching and ways of all of us allowing to improve our practice. And that's what's reflected. I appreciate Board Member Riley's comments with regards to the non-reelect. These are difficult decisions you make. We all respect the law allows you to make those decisions, but they are difficult ones to make when you choose to part ways with an employee. But it has always been our hope that when you do so, we have engaged in all that coaching, all of that feedback, all of that opportunity for people to have every opportunity to improve. Sometimes somebody is non-reelected during their career because it just wasn't the right fit right now for that employee at that school site, at that grade level, but they continue to grow as a professional. In the case of some of our employees, you have to make a decision by January as to whether or not to keep them, and they started in September. That's a really short timeline to decide whether or not to continue a probationary 1 employee. I do want to remind this board that for probationary 1 employees, you have until June 30th to make a decision with regards to a non-reelect. I always encourage this district and administrators to gather as much data as possible before making those decisions. With regards to a probationary 2 employee, you do have till March 15th. However, those employees also had their probationary 1 year for this district to intervene and help them improve as a professional in this field. I do also want to encourage the fact that sometimes it doesn't work right now, but it may work in the future, because again, our goal is always that we all continue to grow as professionals. I am not the same teacher I was 30 years ago. In some ways I'm better, and in some ways I might have grown a little older, and sometimes I don't think I slowed down my speech at all. Again, we continue to grow in this profession. And then with regards to the final piece of investing in your employees, non-reelects, meaning you have diminished your teaching pool, this district will continue to be challenged in these times to attract and retain the very best professionals. So I think that will continue to be all of our goals for how to ensure that you have the very best employees for all of our students at Yuba-Sutter Unified. And right now, for example, there are 4 full-time vacancies in special education. That means there are a lot of those students you've identified with individualized educational plans that are not being served by a credentialed special education teacher. We need to make sure that we can do that. So I continue to urge this board to continue to invest in your employees. They are indeed your greatest asset. Thank you.
Thank you. CSEA.
Good evening, board, or I should say good night. Any members of the public that are still here, staff. I am Mercedes Geraldo, and I represent our classified staff with CSEA. You talked about meaningful PD, and I think PD is so important, and you've heard me say this over and over and over again. Our paraeducators, our special ed paraeducators are given opportunities a lot through CSEA, but the district has come on board and made sure that anybody who really wants to take advantage, we can. I mean, I'm not everybody at one time, but I do appreciate that. However, and Mark is really good about making sure his M&O teams have training on times that we're not in school and that sort of thing, and I appreciate that to make sure that those workers are safe. But not always so much for everybody else. When was the last time we had a office specialist or secretary training? When was the last time that we had a library training? When is the last time we got together in teams and kind of talked about what our jobs are? And those are things that the classified professionals need as well as the teachers. We need that professional development so that we are providing the best service to our students, to our families, to our communities that we can. So I do ask that we kind of branch out and see what kind of PDs are out there for classified staff. We recently did our keen-in for the LGBTQ plus community, which was 28 minutes, and that was a very basic training, and I'm not trying to say there was anything wrong with that, but at the same time, through the PATH training with the paraeducator training that you provided us, I've been doing one that is 86 minutes, much more meaningful on how we can relate to our LGBTQ plus communities. Sorry, it's a lot of letters for me to get down there. But I do find it so important that we have these kids that are so at risk. One of the highest rates of suicide right now is this community. And we're doing a 28-minute training on keen-in. Y'all have taken those keen-in trainings. They are not the most engaging things in the world, right? I mean, quite frankly, we can take the test, be done, and let them play through. And so out of Elk Grove Unified, there is a team that does this training for us, and I would encourage that we look into that to maybe bring it to our schools so that we are including these students. And I'm gonna let it go at that. We met today with the reclass committee to work on some reclasses for some of our workers, which we appreciate. We're still working on that 610 process. We had some little tweaks, but we've signed it again today, Mike and I, and it's back in there, and so we hope to get it to you soon, to get approved by this board, probably mid-March. And we look forward to working at the Have a Heart for Kids this week. I'll see you there bright and early. Hold. Shelley, could you have brought a little more heat back from Hawaii? Whatever.
Thank you.
I don't understand. Thank you.
I tried.
comments from board members?
Little great.
Little late.
Well, we had a lot of conversation tonight. I've been reminded, and I will repeat that when the public addresses us, it is not appropriate to question what they're saying. That's for everybody, so please, let's not ask again. Also, I think sometimes we have questions for cabinet members. That's our role, to ask questions and to get answers. So I noticed some, what I perceive to be people getting offended. The public elected us to ask questions and make decisions based on that information. And we will continue to ask questions. And finally, I may say things that you don't care for, but please, board members, I ask you not to misquote me, because every time you do, I will correct you. We have a motion. The next meeting is on the 8th. We have a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Seconded.
We have a motion and a second to adjourn. All in favor? Aye.